Welcome to the San Ramon Valley Unified School District's Board of Education meeting. We want to let the public know that we are video recording this meeting and the recording will be live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. So we'll start with attendance. Anya?
Present. Good evening, Rachel Hurd, trustee for Area 5.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jesse Van Zeen. I'm trustee for Area 1.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Susanna Ordway, representing Area 4.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shelley Clark and I represent Area 2.
And I'm Laura Bratt and I represent Area 3. Next, Pledge of Allegiance. Anya, could you start us off? Right. We love starting our meetings with student recognition. And this month, we are acknowledging fifth grade students who have successfully taken part in this year's San Ramon Valley Education Foundation Science Alliance program and Science Fair. We are thankful to their advisors, corporate sponsor PG&E, and our incredible Ed Foundation Executive Director, Vanessa Berenstein, who all worked together to make the Science Alliance program a great success again this year. Oh, sorry. Science Alliance is a program that pairs curious and motivated fifth grade students with high school student mentors. Together, they explore science and methodical, inquiry under the guidance of a teacher advisor. This year-long program culminates with a science fair, the perfect opportunity to showcase the students' hard work, research, and creativity. Tonight, we are pleased to recognize the 2024 San Ramon Valley Education Foundation Science Fair winners. These students demonstrated their commitment to deep learning and their desire to go above and beyond in their areas of interest. So I'm going to call the names and then I'll just have you guys come up, and then once everyone's up, we'll come and take pictures with you. So Avani Anad, they are first place. Their first place was What's in Our Stomach. And then Adish Sula, second place, Metal and Liquid Mixology, Finding Battery Brilliance. Akhil Sadasiva, third place, Relaunch Rocket Module. And Sumaya Mangla, honorable mention in Trusting Bridges. And then the finalists are Maanya Reddy, Pretap, Pratik Patel, Marlo Kim, Isabella Meng, Shristi Pachi Pulusu, Arshi Ayita, Divyam Dandwaker, Shruti Vadapali, Jacob Lim, and Beyant Sethi. And their advisors, if you guys could come up too. Menu Bashu, Shirley DeRouche, Matthew Robinson, Andy Sue, Oliver Tuji, and Lakshmi Warrior. And corporate sponsor PG&E, which is represented tonight by Sarah Yoel, and our incredible Ed Foundation Executive Director, Vanessa Berenstein. So Right. All right, I have a paragraph to read, so I'll read while you process. Okay, so we are also recognizing our Community Advisory Committee Bright Lights Awards. Bright Lights is an awards program established by the San Ramon Valley Unified School District, SELPA, Community Advisory Committee to recognize employees and volunteers who go above and beyond in how they support our students. Here are the Bright Lights winners for the 23-24 school year. Our certificated employee, Stephanie Huff, who is a school psychologist supporting the Counseling Enriched program at Monte Vista High School. She also is support as needed at Pine Valley Middle, Gale Ranch Middle, Sycamore Elementary, and John Baldwin Elementary. General education teacher, Kelly Croty from Walt Disney Elementary. Resource specialist, Jenna Tuliatos from Los Cerros Middle School, sorry. Resource specialist, Jenna, oh, I already said that, sorry, I should mark it. Special day class teacher, Sushma Rathi from Monterey Elementary. Sites teacher, Sarah Sanchez, who is a teacher of the infant program at Hidden Hills Elementary. Administrator, Angie Kojrikar, program supervisor supporting Alamo, Country Club, Green Valley, Hidden Hills, Live Oak, Monterey, Walt Disney, Gale Ranch, and Los Cerros Middle School. She's very busy. And I've gotten to work with this young person. Student volunteer Ollie Friesen. She serves on the SRVUSD SELPA's Community Advisory Committee as our first board member. And community partner Neil Chandran, who works on acing autism and is a student at Monte Vista High School. I apologize, I skipped one. Okay, I have Stephanie Huff, but that's not who she is. Stephanie Berman, I apologize, my list is confusing. And I don't know what she represents. I don't see her on this list. I'm sorry.
I'm happy to help you. Classified employee is Stephanie Berman, behavioral analyst, embedded support at Bollinger Canyon Elementary, Windermere Ranch Middle, Diablo Vista Middle, and support as needed at Pine Valley, Gale Ranch, Sycamore, and John Baldwin.
And there is one more person who's not here today, but I want to name special day class teacher Simran Badwal, who is from San Ramon Valley High School. Lastly, the board would like to take a moment to thank everyone who put forth tireless energy, time, and passion to the parcel tax campaign. Your efforts show the incredible community we have that supports our students and our schools. We express our gratitude to the entire committee for your unwavering support and commitment to San Ramon Valley Unified School District. Our gratitude to I swear these papers are mixed up. I apologize. I would like to call up those who were able to make it tonight in person. Kathy Shiverton, Shirley Lapp, Paul Gardner. Thank you. Marilyn Gardner. Vanessa Berenstein, Laura Finko, Melinda Daly, Heidi Ellicott Pesic, Lisa Gross, Tammy Castelluccio, Nancy Petsich, Lauren Simpson, Jackie Amon, and Stella Kemp. And special thanks to those who were on the campaign committee but could not be with us tonight. Evan Powell, Gunpreet Kaur, Lauren Gio, Christine Williams, Janine Baker, Pam Jones, Kelly Ryan, Nicole M. Sue, Alicia Golami, Jenny Jensen, Robin Clow, Gary Alpert, Adam Crawford, Isabel Liu, Nicole Brubager, Danda Powero, Gina Sakamoto, and Kathy Sad. Thank you so much, everybody. So next we have report of actions taken in closed session. So this evening, the board made the following appointments in a 5-0 vote effective July 1st, 2024. Jessica Wingington, principal at Creekside Elementary. Basant Abdelrahman, principal at Quail Run Elementary. Chad Ross, assistant principal athletics at California High School. Andy Popper, assistant principal athletics at Monte Vista High School. Krista Clerk, assistant principal athletics at San Ramon Valley High School, and Renee Wong, special education program supervisor. Congratulations to everybody. We're excited to have you all. We'll take acceptance of minutes, and I just want to state that to note that there is a revision to the minutes of April 16th. So may I have a motion to accept the minutes from April 16th board meeting? Should we have one motion for all of them? Okay, all right. I'm going to list all. We have had lots of meetings. We've had lots of meetings. Okay, so I need a motion to accept the minutes for the April 16th meeting, the April 18th special board meeting, the April 25th board workshop, and the April 27th special board meeting, two a week.
I move to accept the minutes from those 4 meetings.
Second,
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, moving on to agenda approval. Can I get a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next we're moving on to consent agenda approval. So consent items are considered routine in nature and are approved by combining them into a single vote. Only a member of the board may request that a consent item be removed from the consent agenda to be considered and voted on separately. The public may comment on a consent item before the board approves the consent agenda. Please note that item 13.1, consideration of approval of certificated personnel changes has been revised. The work location of an employee was incorrect. And also note that item 13.12, consideration of approval of contracts purchases over 50,000 due to an error. Please note a change due to an error in the description for line 1 on the attachment. And then I would like to pull item 13.4, preview of textbooks from the consent agenda. As the board is still reviewing the next steps regarding curriculum and instructional materials, I would like to preview textbooks to be on the action agenda. So does anyone else, I can check and see if we have public comment on consent. Does anyone else have
I
any
had one
thoughts?
question, not necessarily that we have to pull it, but you might have already spoken to it, Laura, on the approval over $50,000. There was a line item that said $4,000 on there, if I'm remembering that correctly. And I was wondering why that was on that list. Unless I looked at that incorrectly.
Is it on?
So install student changing table at Creekside Elementary School. And I was just wondering why the $4,000 went on that one and not on the regular.
Or is it supposed to have?
Or is it gonna have, or is it the wrong number?
Good catch there, trustee Van Zee. Yeah, over 50,000. It's definitely not over 50,000. I will have to check on that.
All right, thank you. Do we need to pull that then, or
Can we
what's?
just approve less that
can
one?
Can we scratch that?
You can approve the agenda item minus that line item and we can bring it back next time.
Okay,
So then do we need to pull it as a separate action item or can that be under consent?
We can do it on consent with the revision.
Okay, I'll move approval of consent with the revisions that you already identified, plus removing the changing table from contracts over 50,000.
And the board doesn't have to approve the purchase of a $4,600 changing table. We just pull that off.
Okay.
Okay.
So just
And
remove it.
if it
from
was
the
over
list.
50, we'll bring it back next time.
Okay.
and I did have one other point to make, but no, it's okay. There, on surplus property, it's a question that I can bring up later in the meeting when we're talking about technology and repair and refurbishment. But I saw that there's 586 Chromebooks, and I'm just wondering, maybe we can talk to during that point if any of those 586 Chromebooks can be salvaged for spare parts to reduce our overall cost. And I really don't know how that would work. So I'll look for Kelly for answers on that later. I don't need to pull it. I just wanted to mention it.
I'll be in touch. Yes.
Okay.
I have a motion on the floor from Board Member Hurd. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan,
Aye.
Board Member Hurd,
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee,
Aye.
Board Member Ordway,
Aye.
Board Member Clark,
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right. And just to let you know, so 13.4 preview of textbooks is now 11.13 on the regular agenda. All right, so we'll move on. I just want to kind of I do this every meeting, explain how public comment works. So to make sure that everyone has a clear understanding of the ways that the community can engage during the board's public meeting. If you would like to make a comment during the meeting, you can find yellow speaker cards in the back at the table. Please speak to a staff member if you have any questions. You will have an opportunity to make a comment on agendized items when we come to that item. For comments on items not on the agenda, please wait until we come to non-agendized public comment in our agenda. Each speaker has a time limit of 3 minutes with a timer shown on the screen while you are speaking. This time limit will be enforced to ensure fairness. Please be aware that we may interrupt you and redirect you to the correct time to speak if your comment relates to a different agendized item, or if it is not within our jurisdiction. And I reserve the right as president to announce a last call for speaker card submissions. I like to call last call after the item has been discussed and recommendations made before I start public comment on that item. So I'll mention that when we get to that point. The views expressed during public comment are those of the individual speaker. The absence of a response from the board or district staff does not imply agreement. The district believes in an inclusive, welcoming, and safe environment for its meetings for all of our community. Please be mindful that students are in the room and watching virtually, which is something we want. We are all here to support them and to support their educational experience. Thank you for joining us tonight and for engaging in this district and helping all of us support our amazing students. So next we have reports to the board. 10.1 school highlight, Creekside Elementary School, and that's Principal Alice Tumaliti.
Sure. Can you hear me okay? All right. Good evening, Board President Bratt, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Malloy, and members of the Cabinet. My name is Alice Tumulty, and I'm the proud principal of Creekside Elementary School. I'm very happy to share with you about our wonderful school, Creekside, and thank you for this opportunity to highlight the ways we embody and embrace our district's strategic directions. A little background about Creekside. The school opened in 2009. We have 574 students enrolled this year. 56 of our students mainstream into general education classrooms in TK through 5th grade and spend the rest of their learning in specialized academic instruction classes at the moderate level. Creekside has the pleasure of working with 85 staff members this year. Do you mind moving to the next slide? Thank you. We pride ourselves as being welcoming and inclusive and strive to help students to find their joy in learning. Everyone belongs at Creekside. During the day, you'll see students participating in activities in classrooms around school, whether it's science, PE, art, STEAM lab, music, or in the classroom itself. We spend our recesses and lunches all together and embrace students with their peers. We scheduled Ability Awareness in September to begin the year with a focus on inclusion and highlighting how all brains belong. In January, we celebrated Inclusive Schools Week, where teachers selected different activities that promote inclusion and read books like Just Ask by Sonia Montemayor. In April, we had one of the cultural lunchtime activities where a community member came to present to students about autism awareness. Throughout the school year, students embrace and welcome others, knowing that we all communicate in different ways and that our brains all think differently. Our PTA recently purchased core communication banners that are available for our students at recess to communicate with their peers while playing. Additionally, we scheduled a variety of cultural lunchtime activities, including Rosh Hashanah, Dia de los Muertos, Diwali, Ramadan, Lunar New Year, Sikh Awareness, Holy Festival, Career Day, and a multicultural event put on by our PTA. We also participated in Ruby Bridges Day this year for the first time, and boy, was it a tremendous success at our school. Inviting our community members, whether they are staff, parents, or caregivers, opens the school to all and helps them feel connected and seen across the campus. I'd like to point out that part of our inclusion at Creekside includes all of our SEL resources, including our care team, Rainbow Room, counseling, monthly character traits, Playground Pals, and monthly SEL interest groups, where grade levels coordinate activities based on students' interests, strengths, and passions. Students in grades 4 and 5 are able to participate in student clubs, and this year, our No Place for Hate Club led 3 assemblies, the latest on inclusivity and respecting others. Students feel more connected to school and know that there is a caring adult on campus at Creekside. We're going to watch a video that highlights inclusion at Creekside.
Our SDC TK students don't just visit our classroom. It is their classroom where they play, learn, and grow alongside their friends. Beautiful. That's yours now. Here you go, Ryan. Now put your name sticker here. Now, how many dots are there?
So that was just one aspect of one of the strategic directions. It was really hard for us to even narrow down to two. So I'm just going to take a little bit more of your time tonight to speak about Creekside, and that is about deep learning. Creekside has a history of providing rigorous and meaningful learning experiences for all of our students. Therefore, it's easy for our staff to welcome our strategic directions and the learner profile. A few things I would like to highlight before watching our next video is that our teachers embrace how students benefit from hands-on experiential learning opportunities. They want to spark students' interests, strengths, and passions and lean into the learner profile of being critical thinkers, creative contributors, intentional collaborators, effective communicators, and adaptable learners. Teachers embrace students' interests and their strengths and seek engaging activities where students take ownership of their learning. Let's watch this next video and hear from students about how they feel that they learn at Creekside.
Schoolwork usually is like wrong or right answers and has to be like, and if you're doing a project, you have to follow like a set of instructions. But with this bridge project, I could really just do anything, like make the bridge however I want. In Miss Sill's class, we had a store, and everybody brought like candies and crafts. And my shop name was Fresh Homemade Lemon. We learned about like using money, like sorting coins and counting it.
Do you think you'll use what you learned in this project in like your real life?
Yes.
How?
Like in work and when you buy stuff. And we got to research about the Iditarod, and we had a little math sheet that you would have to use the different math strategies to find out how much of the items you needed to bring on the sled so that your dogs could survive during the journey of like racing in the cold snow. I learned a few different math strategies and how that the dogs you needed to have a specific amount of stuff for the dogs to survive during the Iditarod. And I liked that it was like a different kind of project that I hadn't really done before, and it included math and creativity. It's the best school ever. We are going to teach you all about insects. Here's some of the insects we found in the book: the archipelago, the box elder bug, the mayfly, the dragonfly, the queen ant, the swallowtail butterfly, the bee, the mosquito, the beetle, the stink bug, and the cockroach. This is a diagram of the ant. This is their head, this is their thorax, and this is their abdomen. They also got 6 legs. We learned that you just gotta take your time when you make stuff. I like doing a lot of art and a lot of pictures. Yeah, same. It's different from a regular school day because we got to actually like use our hands instead of like sitting in the classroom and like looking at a whiteboard and learning. So it was more memorable. So because like we got to do everything like and they showed us a couple of like rope tricks and we got to try them.
Would you recommend this type of learning to other kids and why?
For sure. But it's like you get to really like learn it. It's not like forgettable and like because you experienced what you've learned. But it's done. Congress adopted the national flag on June 14, 1777, and that day is now known as Flag Day. Ruby Bridges walk to school.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for this invitation, for being able to highlight Creekside Elementary School. It was really nice to have the opportunity. Any questions for me?
Does the board have any questions or comments?
I'm going to be sad to see you go. You have created an amazing learning experience for all of your students, and we owe you a debt of gratitude as you go on your way. I had the pleasure of visiting Creekside a couple weeks ago, and I was just so impressed with not only the energy, but the students were so insightful and excited and happy to be there. And it was just really great to spend some time with you and your staff. It's a great place and you're leaving it, I think, in good hands for sure, but you're leaving it at the top of its game. And I thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you for all that you've done at the school and for the school and for your staff and for the students. Love, I don't know if it's your tagline or what, but all brains belong. I love that because, you know, it's really who we are inside too, right? And not just outside, but brains learning. That's great. And I love a lot of the projects and the, yeah, you showed us a lot of deep learning. I mean, like personal finance at 2nd grade and, you know, yeah, that's really important. So yeah, just thank you and for sharing and thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just gonna second all the examples you gave us of the hands-on learning experience to make, make it go deeper on layers. It just looks like a lot of fun, and I can tell that the kids really sinks in deep when you do that. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, of a much larger special day class program there, and you've really embraced that, and it's clear from what you shared with us that it's an integral part of your school now, so thank you.
The personal finance piece of it really stood out to me at 2nd grade. That's amazing because you keep building on that, and that's wonderful that there's such a solid foundation at a young age, and there was such enthusiasm coming from those videos, and I really loved watching them.
They
Thank
really
you.
love. They really love.
I can tell.
They would sell you anything that they had in the room. Walk out with a lot.
Thank you so much. You've really nurtured a beautiful community, and good luck on everything that you do in the future. You'll be amazing wherever you go. So
Thank you so much.
you.
And I just want to say welcome to the new principal. I know she was announced just a little while ago. So thank you to everybody who's helped support me along the way as I've been in this district now for 5 years, and I won't be too far down the road. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 10.2 resolutions. At each regular board meeting, we recognize our resolutions for the following month. For the month of June, we will be recognizing lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer. That's LGBTQ+ Pride Month. So we'll have Director of Educational Equity, Hong Nguyen, share with some information.
Thank you for having me here. Good evening, board members, superintendent, assistant superintendent, staff, students, and community. June is LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and it's celebrated across SRVUSD. In SRVUSD, it is important for us to model, advocate, and actively support and promote the inclusive and respectful treatment of all students, employees, family members, and community members. Our district is committed to creating a safe and welcoming learning environment. To accomplish this goal, we are engaged in efforts to create practices and initiatives to support students and staff who identify as LGBTQ plus. June is a time for us to celebrate LGBTQ plus community, raise awareness of services, and foster a dialogue to promote healthy, safe, and fulfilling school climates for all. During the month of June, we will be flying the Progress Pride flag at all of our school districts and all of our schools. So looking at our district, we have district offices as well as our service center and our school sites. This further symbolizes the district's celebration of diversity and support for the LGBTQ plus community. In our district, we value student voice, and we've heard from a number of our students, staff, as well as community. And we definitely want to make sure that we're striving for diversifying our curriculum within our school, so that way it's reflecting our student population. We are working to improve our facilities and have done so in the last number of years. And within our school district, through our superintendent's summit, our forums, our board summits, we've been hearing from our students and definitely have heard that there has been a positive impact on their lives. We've had made improvements to gender support plans, name, as well as pronoun changes as needed. And at each one of our sites, we do have site designees and counselors who support our students. To support our students further, we also want to make sure that we are looking at campus safety. And that is something that is super important for us, to be able to make sure that our students feel safe and connected at school. And SRVUSD celebrates LGBTQ plus Pride Month to further our equity goals, to ensure that all students feel safe, valued, respected, and included at school. And this is just one of the many pictures of our pride flag being flown at our school district and across our schools. And so we are flying the flag in June. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We do have 3 public comments. Are you all comfortable with us taking public comment and then asking questions? Does that work? Okay. All right, great. So we'll start. So this is last call for public comment for this agenda item. Is that for 10.2? Oh, okay. Okay. So first up is Bob Allen. After Bob will be Mike Arata.
Trustees, Superintendent Malloy, incoming Superintendent Kamick, district staff, and those watching in this room, at home, and later on. Thank you for recognizing Pride Month. As you know, in the last California Healthy Kids Survey, about a quarter of SRVUSD students identified as something other than straight. We have the responsibility to teach all students. All of our students deserve the best, and that means uplifting and challenging every last one of them. I will celebrate Pride by teaching all of my students mathematics, being a mostly upstanding member of the community, and advocating for all of my students and being the best teacher I can be. I will celebrate Pride by educating those that ask about the LGBTQ plus community, by having patience with those who are still grappling with issues, by supporting students and family members going through this process. As much as we say it's a celebration, accepting yourself as LGBTQ or accepting one of your family as LGBTQ is never without its challenges. I will celebrate Pride by always promoting windows and mirrors to my students. All of my students. We need to read more books and use more curricula that allow all of our students to be seen, to see more Black, South Asian, East Asian, all Asian, Native American, Aboriginal, Muslim, Sikh, Hindu, Christian, Jewish, all people of faith and persuasions, and yes, queer people. Do we have enough time to teach everything? No, of course not. But let teachers who want to bring these items into the classroom do so. I will celebrate Pride by standing against those community members and those colleagues who would demean, degrade, and insult any student for whatever reason. Students are to be challenged and given complex tasks and explain their thought processes and allowed to show off what they are capable of. None of this can happen if students do not feel safe to be in our community or on our campuses. Finally, I will celebrate Pride by celebrating who I am, by acknowledging publicly that I am a gay man after hiding it for over 20 years of my life. I will celebrate my partner, my friends, my chosen family. I will commemorate those who did not have enough time to realize who they are, or ran into the wrong people, or were just lost. Finally, I will celebrate Pride by continuing to do what I do, even with all my missteps and faults, but being the best damned human being I can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Next up is Mike Arata. After Mike Arata is Mother for Education.
The essential question on this resolution is, what are your criteria for special treatment of organized groups, including the flying of their flags for an entire month, in addition to the statutorily required United States flag and California state flag? What other month-long flag displays do you permit on district flagpoles, in particular flags that celebrate certain behaviors? The so-called progress flag, now including blue and pink wedges to celebrate transgender psychosis, began as the rainbow flag that was conceptualized by Harvey Milk and constructed by Gilbert Baker. Baker was a drag queen who nicknamed himself Busty Ross in crude overplay on Betsy Ross. Harvey Milk's friend Randy Schultz, the homosexual author of And the Band Played On, was also Milk's biographer in The Mayor of Castro Street, The Life and Times of Harvey Milk. Schultz was honest about the downsides and dangers of homosexual activity. He called for closing homosexual bathhouses as a means of slowing the spread of AIDS. And in his Milk biography, Schultz revealed that, quote, Harvey always had a penchant for young waifs with substance abuse problems, unquote. In other words, Harvey Milk was a pederast who preyed on young people with drug habits. Nevertheless, this school district lionizes Harvey Milk with TK through 5 read-alouds of the book Pride, the Story of Harvey Milk and the Rainbow Flag. Your presentation mentions gender support plans, names, and pronouns. Your official policy is to hide from parents the gender support plans and school name changes you implement with children, however young, unless the children, including 4- and 5-year-olds, give permission for disclosure. All the while, you claim that parents are your partners. But that's not all. Your staff members have been exposed in what they called their Queering the Classroom Read Aloud program, their term, not mine. Some books from which now appear in your tentative adoption list later this evening, and some of them are displayed on the sign in front of the camera. They've also been exposed in operating their secretive LGBTQ PRISM clubs for 4th and 5th graders for a time without any kind of parental permission. Your currently defective policy requires parents to opt out their children from these clubs instead of opting them in, as should be the case. And now your high school library shelves carry dozens of pornographic books. Some of them are explicit illustrated how-to sex manuals. Others are depraved novels. In some cases, entire series of books by the same debauched authors. Your rationale, expressed in the past, is that kids need to see themselves in these books. As what I ask, porn objects? Shame on you.
Thank you, Mr. Arata. And next up is Mother for Education.
Good evening, board and watching community. On August 15th, 2023, this board unanimously adopted the resolution recognizing LGBTQ plus Pride Month for next month, June 2024. In doing so, the board actively recognized and embraced all of the students and staff and administrators and adults in the community who identify with this community as well as their allies. There are those who come to these meetings, clutch their pearls, and pontificate on reading materials available in our school libraries. They verbally distance themselves from the LGBTQ plus community, and in doing so, pointedly act to exclude a group of students and adults in our district. Their rhetoric is threatening and tries to make our students particularly feel unwelcome. Thankfully, SRVUSD is focused on inclusion. I'm here tonight to say to our LGBTQ plus students, staff, and administrators, I see you, I see your self-doubt, I see your worries. I also see your kindness, I see your thoughtfulness. I see you being tested by fire and coming through stronger, more confident, and ready to support those who need it. Be they a member of the LGBTQ plus community, a person of color, a person with a learning difference, a person with all the concern a student of today faces. You are ready for this because of your life experience and the support of this community and this school district. You are our future, and that future is stronger, more resilient, and kinder than those who attend these meetings and try so hard to deny your humanity. Happy Pride Month.
Thank you. That was the last public comment for this agenda item. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
I've got a question for Hong. Sorry to make you walk back up. Unless you want to shout it from over there. Just another clarification, kind of similar question I asked during Day of Silence, which is the communication piece that goes to parents, because I think that these things go hand in hand with each other. So even though I think that we did a really good job on the communication for Day of Silence, I did still get a bunch of reports back of, I didn't see it in the newsletters, or, you know, there was a tiny little link at the bottom of a newsletter that led to a list of resolutions and I didn't know what I was looking at. So I'm just wondering if kind of with that experience too, and I think that there was a lot of other school sites too, where, you know, the district approved language was embedded right into the newsletter. What's our plan for communicating this kind of with that, you know, experience in the rearview mirror?
Yeah, and we definitely have put in Thursday update because that's the communication that we get for our principals. I typically send out reminders also to our principals just via like a one-off email. So that way they know that they have to also fly the flag. And then this is the communication that needs to go with it. And so they do get numerous reminders to be able to put the blurb that is sent to all the parents in their newsletters. We also, in the Friday Brights, we do link it directly to the actual resolution itself too. And so that's another avenue to get that communication. We know that sometimes not all of our families do read it. I know that with social media, we do try to post things on there. So that way, you know, it's a reminder for folks to know that, you know, Pride Month is coming. But we've done a better job this year in terms of the communication that's going out, and hopefully we'll be able to continue that. And so just constant reminders with our administrators, letting them know that, you know, we do have this. This is the only resolution left in June to be able to communicate that to our families. And that's important to do that early.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. And I know we've put it in multiple places, and just my opinion, maybe the communication to the school site principals and administrators, that maybe just a link that kind of hyperlinks to the school website might not be as in your face when you're really reading through quite big emails. And I think that because that's every time a parent approached me about it, it's like, are you sure it was not in your newsletter? And some of them did, you know, go back and find, oh, it was just said resolutions and it was a hyperlink.
Yeah.
And so maybe something just as far as, even though that is, you know, we are providing information, more transparency of it's not something that's hard to find. That's my only like small request.
And we'll remind our principals to take the actual blurb itself and put that blurb in their newsletters.
Yeah, that's great. And then one other quick question is, you know, one of the speakers mentioned, you know, in August, we had this resolution to pass. And one of the things that I said during that is kind of as a school district, this is me speaking as an individual board member, not necessarily speaking for my colleagues here, but we've got choices, right? We can do state and federal, and there's nothing else, or we can also include other groups to show the representation that helps them feel like they belong and it identifies them. And so one of the things that I'm looking forward to following back on coming up with our August resolution run through is the thing that I put out there, which is if you have a flag and you have a resolution and it's something that is a positive message that helps students feel belonging on our campus, I am all for putting that flag on there too. So it's not a one and no one else. It's open.
Yeah, and we definitely have been going out to different communities as well as student groups to just get that feedback. And so we're going to summarize that feedback and then share back out with our board. So then that way you have an idea of where people are going with that. And I know that was an ask.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, and can I just piggyback on Jesse's first question? So in terms of communication, specific to Pride resolution, I would recommend and urge you to make the communication equal across all resolutions, so we're not
Yeah.
further segregating, marginalizing one specific resolution, which, you know, kind of has
100%
that
agree.
message. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, and we want to make sure that we're keeping it consistent too in terms of messaging. And so when we share it out with our principals, it's been very consistent throughout all our resolutions. And so we just want to make sure that they are communicating that with their families.
Great. Any other questions or thoughts? No? Oh,
I see that there's some students here tonight, and I just want to thank you for coming and for the opportunities that I've had as a board member to interface with you, to hear from you what you need, where you are, what we could do better. You deserve our support, and you have my support. And I support all of our students, but I'm just happy to see you here tonight. And I appreciate that you take the time to come and sit in a board meeting with a bunch of adults and express your opinion because and your feelings, because I know that takes courage. And I really appreciate that.
Can we snap agreement?
oh yeah. Anya, did you want to?
Yeah. Our students are pretty unanimous in their support for Pride Month, and it's not something that excludes students. Of course, we always want to be looking for more ways to include as many student groups as possible. But this is a resolution that was fought for by students that students want to continue seeing. And I think that it's incredibly important that we keep this resolution. It's a strong example of how powerful student voice can be in fighting for change. And I think that that's ultimately why I'll always support this district having this resolution.
Thank you. And I just want to kind of note that I think we brought the resolution forward about 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. And I feel like as I've watched, I know a lot of it has to do with our strategic directions as well, but as I've watched how we have evolved in terms of supporting marginalized students, including our LGBTQ plus students, that there has been some positive change. And I know when I speak with families, LGBTQ plus families that have students, whether they're moving from middle school to high school, or they're coming into this district, and I'm seeing, you know, the supports that they have that, you know, honestly, I had supports with my son, but I'm seeing the differences, and I'm so proud of our district, and I'm proud of our staff, proud of our teachers, proud of our student community and the advocacy that's happened to really support our students. So I just wanted to congratulate everyone that's been a big part of this change, because it's been powerful, and it's been happening. We have a lot more to do, but it's moving in the right direction. So thank you. All right, so next we have 10.3 Special Education Annual Report. So that's our SELPA Executive Director, Linda Rowley-Tom.
Good evening, trustees. I'm joined by our Director of Special Education, Amy Capurro, and we're very pleased to be here this evening to talk about our Special Education Annual Report. Right. So in SRVUSD, you know our strategic directions drive all of our work. That is no different in the world of special education. We believe that the strategic directions are truly woven through all we do to support students with disabilities, and they provide us a roadmap in how we address the individual needs of each and every one of our students. We are really focused on making sure that we have the conditions present across all of our special education programs that not only support equity, but support deep learning and innovation, as well as social emotional well-being, so that our students in special education can really work towards addressing their full potential. When we look at the learner profile, we think about those competencies as they relate to the individualized education programs for each of our students and the importance of making sure that when they leave us, whether they're leaving us after high school or after our adult transition program, that they embody these skills as well. We truly believe, and you've heard us say this before, but those of you that know me know I will sing it from the rooftops, that first and foremost, special education students are general education students. That is our core belief system here in SRVUSD. Special education, as you know, is a service. It's not a place. It's about a set of supports we bring to an individual student to help them address IEP goals, make progress, but most importantly, access the general education setting and the general education environment. You hear us talk about the components of FAPE, free and appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. And I will tell you that what we saw in Principal Tomelty's presentation in Creekside about all of the inclusive practices happening there, they truly embody what it means to use LRE as your foundational tenet. In special education, we really believe every day that being committed to creating nurturing, inclusive environments is not only what we should be doing because frankly, it's the law, but truly it's because it's best for students. We've seen the outcomes. We've seen how students thrive in those settings. And we know as a single district SELPA, in a place where we are charged with offering a continuum of supports and services to students birth through age 22, where we are able to provide a robust support of special education services at each of our school sites, whether that is in the resource specialist program or in our full-time specialized academic program within a various special day class settings, that the thing we talk about the most is how do we support students in being with their typically developing peers to the greatest extent possible. Our two goals in special education really are how we look at the work we do annually and every year. We continue to make strides in promoting inclusive education, with more students with disabilities being included in the general education classrooms, where they're provided those unique supports to address their needs. We believe that this approach aligns not just with working towards the goal of creating and sustaining programs where we can address each of those individual needs and create those inclusive opportunities, but also addresses our charge and our obligation under not only the IDEA, but what California mandates us to do, and through our local plan, but to develop those individualized education programs that really are designed to meet the students' unique needs and help them to gain what we like to call educational benefit, but really is to make progress. And again, as I said before, to really address their full potential. One of the things that we've done in order to address this goal is really to strengthen our partnerships across not only our school sites and what the school sites are able to do and what has grown organically from each of our school sites, but also in the collaboration we have with our general education counterparts and how we approach the work that we do collaboratively and collectively on behalf of all students. We have seen and continue to see growth in special education. We know this to be true for a number of reasons that Amy will talk to us about. But over the last 3 years, we've seen a 3.8% growth year over year. Last year, we served 3,645 students. Currently this year, we're serving 3,785 eligible special education students. While that doesn't seem like a huge number of growth, in an era where we are overall declining enrollment and our special education numbers continue to increase, it helps us to really look at how we're providing supports and services across all our programs in order to address those needs of our growing numbers. We have seen an increase in our initial special education eligibility rates. We currently have completed 517 initial special education assessments this year. Out of those special education assessments, 460 of those students were found eligible for special education and are currently receiving services. So we are experiencing and have seen that growth and are seeing an 88% eligibility rate for our initial assessments. We're seeing the same trends over time in terms of our highest incidences of disabilities. While there are 13 handicapping conditions under the IDEA, we are seeing specific learning disability, speech language impairment, autism, other health impaired, and emotional disturbance as our 5 highest rate disabilities in terms of eligibility categories. However, we need to remember that eligibility is only the door in. It isn't the factor that solely drives a student's IEP. That IEP is driven by assessment, which leads to our development of individualized goals that then we address through supports and services that are written and addressed annually for each student. I know we've talked about previously the idea that we continue to welcome new families into special education who move in with existing IEPs, what we call interim placements here in the district. However, that has stabilized over the last year. Last year, we welcomed 164 new families, and to date, we have welcomed 132 new families. So we are seeing that growth stabilize, and where we're seeing the higher rates of growth is in our own assessment results. I'm going to turn it over to Amy, who'll talk a little bit about some trends.
So as Linda mentioned, we as a district, we're overall declining enrollment and special education continues to grow. This is not a unique phenomenon to San Ramon. It's happening across the state and I think in much of the country as well. There are a variety of reasons. One thing that we're finding is that there's increased early identification and early intervention programs, and there's additional students being qualified through the regional center of the East Bay. And when those students become 3, then as a school district, we assess them to determine what needs they might need for an IEP within our district. We are seeing increases in parent referrals for assessments. We are seeing increases in learning, behavioral, and mental health needs in our students. And we continue to see that increase every year in the mental health and behavioral need. And then also the process of continuing to develop our pre-referral interventions through the MTSS systems. And so that's still a work in progress. And as we get better at that, we would see some decrease in referrals for special education. Our first goal is to create and sustain inclusive environments. We, as Linda mentioned, this is our work daily. Every day we are working on this, and every day our team and special education teachers and general education teachers are working on this. So we have continued to provide professional development and targeted discussions around least restrictive environment. We celebrated our 2nd annual Inclusive Schools Week this year. And every school site celebrated in different ways, in a variety of ways. There's artwork, there were specific books around inclusion, there were ability awareness activities. And it was really great to see how that has expanded, and we're hoping that will continue to expand as we do that year to year. We've continued to have our inclusive transitional kindergarten and kindergarten programs at Golden View, where students are seamlessly included in those programs, and a special education teacher and a general education teacher work together to help serve those students. And it's seamless, and you can't tell who has a disability and who doesn't. And it's an amazing program that we continue to grow and continue to have. Another thing we're really proud of this year is we've been able to negotiate with SRVUSD to provide 1-to-1 spaces in our TK classes for our special day class students that participate. And that has just expanded opportunities for inclusions in more ways than we even thought possible. And, I think the TK teacher in the Creekside presentation was one of those teachers that talked about those students are part of my class. They're not coming in from a separate class. They are part of my class. And we are seeing many increases in that area as well, which is really helping many of our students be able to, as they are older, have fewer resources, need fewer special education services. And some of them are even able to be in general education and not stay in special education. So that has been really fabulous. We continue to have peer support programs that are expanding at all of the high schools. We're also hearing from some students at middle school as well. And those are growing, and those are really being grown by our students. And they're fabulous, empathetic, and really want to help support our students. We have talked before in the past about our strategies and recreation PE programs at the high schools at Doherty, Cal High, and at San Ramon. This year, Windermere Ranch started a unified PE class where general education students could be a TA for the class. with students that are in full-time SAI programs, and that has just been amazing. And we got a chance to watch all of those students together at this track and field Special Olympics a few weeks ago, and the relationships that they're building and the support that they're providing each other has just been amazing. And I'm hearing that, additional middle schools are looking into that to start that for the next couple of years as well. Another part of our program is to develop those IEPs to meet unique needs. Again, one of the focuses we've had this year, Linda talked about, is all special education students are general education students first. And 70% of our students spend more than 80% of their time in general education classrooms. So they are in general education classes more than they're in special education classes. And it's only 18% of our students that are in general education less than 40% of the time. So that's a really great number that we want to continue to increase, to have more of those opportunities to have that high quality education and instruction in general education classrooms. We have gotten a chance to really work with our CNI team to provide training for special educators around literacy strategies, around math strategies and techniques, and really on how to help students with disabilities better access the general education curriculum, because they may have supplemental materials and things that they might need, but we want them to access the general education curriculum. So that has been a big focus of our professional development. And Linda mentioned, special education is not separate when we consider it integration of equity, deep learning, and innovation. And we've had great opportunities to expand that. One area that we've really been looking at is with our adult transition program. And part of their program is about vocational learning and being able to be in the community-based instruction and learn not just in the classroom, but in a natural setting. So this year we have expanded those opportunities for those students to be out in the community and out working in different places and practicing their strategies and skills in a natural environment that will just prepare them that much more for when they leave us. Also, we have Kate Nolder, our assistant director, oversees our mental health collaborative. That process has been expanded to include teachers, mental health professionals within the district, the behavior analysts, and they're really a consult for any providers that need support around mental health. And so it's about really making sure we put the appropriate supports and need in place for those students, but also consulting with the staff that are on site to help build capacity and make sure that we can support their needs in the least restrictive environment. Looking ahead, we're continuing to further our efforts to increase inclusion and support inclusive opportunities with all of our students. Continuing our ongoing professional development and collaboration to strengthen our programs. We are in our continuous improvement monitoring with the CDE. And we're really looking at that as a way not to think of making a checkbox or it's just a piece of paper that we need to correct, as really a way to leverage better outcomes for our students with disabilities and support for staff in supporting them. We are so excited about our Teachers for Tomorrow residency program that is focusing on special education and STEM. And that's not just about recruiting teachers, it's creating them in our own community. And we've been conducting interviews, and we're just so excited about having some special education residencies candidates, so that they'll be able to become our Teachers for Tomorrow, they're committed to San Ramon and they're committed to our students and community here. So that we are very excited to watch that start next year. We're also excited about the Special Education Steering Committee, which we negotiated with SRVUSD and to get together so we can really collaborate about what policies and practices and the needs out there of staff members and of students. So we are very excited about that for next year as well. I don't know, this statement might be something that's familiar to you because this was on all of the bookmarks that went to every student and staff member in the district from the CAC and the EEC PTA. Education takes on a beautiful shape when all students are included. And this is a photo of San Ramon Valley High School students with our adult transition students as they were getting together to really start to learn the program and articulate their next year and what's going on next year. So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to share the thing we most love to talk about. So, and we wanted to see if there are any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
I have a couple quick questions, but first I want to say thank you so much for the passion that you have for special education and the compassion that you have for all of our students. I think that slide before last really sums it up well. And it's not just a mission statement. I'm blessed to be able to see this taking place when I go and visit our school sites and see all these things. So thank you for that. Um, One of the questions that I had is in kind of looking over these statistics that you're putting in here and the increasing eligibility in students. And I know coupled that with the increased difficulty in finding staffing and some of the resource challenges that we have with that. How are we looking for that for next year as these programs continue to grow? And that might be a Melanie question too. I'm not sure who exactly that targets.
So we're working very closely with HR in terms of hiring staff. And I'm doing interviews 4 or 5 times a day. Also doing interviews for residents so that we can help build our future teachers as well. We really think that's going to help us with creating teachers so that we have fewer teacher vacancies. In the cases where we don't have positions that are filled, we're also working with non-public agencies to try and get in-person staff members. We're also really excited about some new options in terms of the new education workforce as a way to also help recruit teachers and who want to really work in more inclusive models. And so I feel really positive about our collaboration with HR and what we're doing to help expand our workforce and fill all of our positions. We still have some more to fill, and we know there'll be some more vacancies that will come as well, but we are working really diligently to help fill those as best we can.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that work on that. And then one other quick follow-up question, and this is, don't read anything into this question. It's truly just a question of me trying to understand better. When we're talking about new assessments and initial assessments and having an 88% eligibility rate. So help me understand how that kind of compares to maybe other initial assessments at other districts or across the state. To me, nearly 90% seems high. And the only question that I ask is, are we doing enough screenings? And when you have a nearly 9 in 10 that are screening positive for that, that's my only question.
So it's comparable to our other partners across the state. We are all seeing a higher incidence of referrals. It tells us a couple things. One, that eligibility rate's telling us we're doing a good job of referring. That we are, when we are referring and even when we're getting parent referrals, we're working very closely with the family, and the school site works very closely to determine if a referral really needs to be made. It's also telling us that we continue to have those higher needs out there in terms of students with disabilities. We've seen an increase in the rate of autism. It's now 1 in 33 nationwide. And we're seeing more and more students come in with low incidence disabilities as well that require additional supports and services. But truly, we're continuing to see, as are our educational partners in other SELPAs and districts, the behavioral and mental health needs that continue to be something that we need to address across all of our programs. And so that's another component that's driving that as well in terms of eligibility.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the very thorough response. I appreciate it.
Any other thoughts? I have a couple of questions. So the Special Education Steering Committee, can you just talk a little bit about what that looks like? Who's has opportunities to be on it? Is it's separate from the CAC? Is it more staff based? Just curious.
So it will have a variety of members from special education. So SRVUSD will select, there'll be some psychologists, there'll be special education teachers, there'll be other related service providers. Additionally, we will have we will select some site administration to participate, as well as Linda and I to participate on there. And this was really, it was a request from SRVUSD, and we really agreed that it was a good idea for us to be collaborating that way. It'll meet at least 3 times a year, but more often if the group feels like we need to do more, it will be co-chaired by a special education teacher and a special education administrator. So it'll be really about policies and practice and how we can improve conditions for our students, but also for our staff members.
That sounds great.
But it doesn't have any students on it or parents.
It does not. It was
Okay.
designed as an internal group for us to really be able to talk about what's going on in the here and now with what's going on, but it's certainly not something we could maybe consider in the future.
Can we maybe think about some connections then to the CAC, at least in reporting out and getting feedback? Because you do kind of wonder about the optics on it when the IEP team is a team that does include the parents and does include students when they're older.
We can certainly work on incorporating things into community advisory committee meetings where we have, of course, parents, staff, and students.
Yep.
2 new student members for next year. So very exciting.
I just wanted to say thank you. You have persevered through one of the most difficult times in education, but especially special education, between the personnel issues of not having enough teachers, the very complex and difficult cases that come before you that you have navigated with grace and empathy to our parents and our students. And I have shared many times before that my son had an IEP from the time he was in first grade all the way through high school. And I've said it a million times, but I'll keep saying it, that I attribute a lot of his success to the special education support and community that he had at San Ramon Valley High School and his elementary school. And so the work that you're doing is so, so important, because he's graduated from college and he's out working and he's doing really well. And a lot of those tools he learned here. So your work is so important. And I just want to thank you. I see what you have to do sitting in this seat, and I know that it's not easy. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, just want to echo too that it's a big lift, right? Special education. Sometimes I think unfortunately and wrongly that we see that as a separate group, but I really appreciate you how you're taking our strategic direction, and just, it is very, very, rightly applying to everyone, because that our strategic direction and steps for their learner profile, in order for our students, all of our students, to have those attributes, applies to everyone, right? So with, and I know that special education has never been funded, right? Adequately, I would say. And now that we're growing year over year, more students being there, yeah, that it's a big lift for you. So thank you for all your work. And your team and the special education teachers and paras. When I was an art teacher in elementary school, I pushed my art cart into the special education day classes. I saw how much work that was for, yeah, those teachers and paras. So thank you.
I just wanted to comment on, I've had the chance to see some of the strategies and recreation classes that you're talking about, and they're so wonderful at like creating friendships and bonds that just don't, like, not even exist like just in that class, but in the school environment in general, which I think is so, so wonderful. It just expanded to Doherty, so I had the chance to observe it there. And the fact that we have students on the advisory committee is so, so great, and that we're expanding. And I can't wait to see what keeps happening with that. Yeah, you do fantastic work. Thank you.
I have 2 other questions. I don't want to interrupt the comments. So in terms of wellness centers at the high schools, are there opportunities for our special day classes at the high schools to use those? I'm sure resource students obviously have access, being 80% in general education, but I'm curious about the SDC classes.
Our high school wellness centers are open to all students. So absolutely.
Okay. And we're finding there's engagement, that there's the opportunity is
For the students who want to seek out the wellness centers, yes.
Yeah, good. Okay. And then I know in the past we've had to rely on contract workers, on outsourcing for some of our staffing. Are you seeing an increase in that with our steady increase? Are you seeing a decline as we've kind of come out of, more of a staffing?
We're still needing to use our non-public agency partners. And truly that is part of our continuum as a single district SELPA to engage with non-public agencies as well as to utilize non-public schools when that's needed for students. We are, we've seen a leveling off. Will we decline? I'm not sure, given, we're working very hard for recruitment purposes in terms of filling vacancies. And I will say across the spectrum of vacancies, whether it's a certificated or classified vacancy, I have to publicly give kudos to Amy, who's working very, very hard on the certificated side with human resources right now, because it is that time of year. But we continue to actively recruit for all vacancies and try to fill them with district staff members.
Good, good, yeah. And I know it's, there's a staffing shortage and we find the solutions that we need to have, but I was just curious if that dynamic was shifting. And then I just want to take a moment. I was going to do it in my board report, but since we're on this agenda and we've mentioned the two new student CAC board members, I just want to call them out. So first I want to, and we already had Ollie Friesen, who was one of our Bright Lights. She was the first student CAC board member. I don't know if it's really called board, but and now this next year at our meeting we had last week, the committee voted in Sabrina Schron and Philip League to be a part of this. And these are students that have IEPs that are part of our special education program. And it's again a reminder of how we're able to really uplift the voices of the students that are experiencing what we're talking about in these meetings. So I just want to say kudos to your team for making that happen and for the CAC committee for supporting those students in that space. So.
Or can I bring up one more thing?
Oh, yeah.
Linda, a couple times you made the distinction about us being a single district SELPA, which we've been since 2008. Is that right?
2007.
Okay. I wonder if you could just elaborate, just for the sake of the audience, because I noticed when I was reading the report, the annual service plan, it just seemed like we're really lucky that we get to be a single district SELPA, because it seems like we have way more control over how the money gets spent, whereas if it was coming through some extra layer. But if you can maybe just expand upon that, I think it'd be informative for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So as a single district SELPA, we oversee all of our own special education programs. We are charged with having, as I've said, that full continuum of supports for birth through age 22. It means that we have control over the special education resources we get from both the state and federal government. Through our local plan, we talk about how we're going to be providing services. Actually, later we'll be doing a public hearing for our annual budget plan. We ensure that we're providing every service possible that students may need. And that means that we do our very best to provide them in district. However, sometimes students need things that need to be provided outside of the district. That might be a non-public school. That might be going to California School for the Deaf or California School for the Blind. And we need to make sure that we have the availability of resources to be able to do that. The one thing that is different in being a single district SELPA than a multi-district SELPA is what you talked about, Trustee Hurd, with allocation. We, all of the dollars that come to us, we then get to utilize. We are not having to fund a collective fund for every other member district to be able to utilize different types of services. And it's definitely a plus to be a single district SELPA because we have the ability to oversee and monitor all of our own programs. And then, of course, we work collaboratively with, certainly in Contra Costa County, the other 3 SELPAs that are part of Contra Costa County. So I hope that answered the question.
That everybody would benefit from. Thanks.
I also had another question. I was wondering, in the process of developing the IEPs, what is the district doing to kind of involve student voice in that process, making sure that the student is really involved in that?
So each individual family makes a determination of when it's time for their student, when it's time for their child to be part of the process. I will tell you that our middle school and high school teachers at the secondary level, and even many of our elementary teachers, begin talking to students about what they're working on. And of course, the parents are always part of that conversation and help drive that conversation. Many of our students attend their IEPs and have input into what it is that they need. Part of what we do when students reach high school age is we begin talking about and definitely develop by age 16 what's called an individualized transition plan, which then talks about what the student is interested in beyond beyond the world of high school, beyond the post-secondary world. And they're certainly involved in that process as well.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Linda and Amy. And I think we'll see you again a little later. All right. So moving on to 10.4, public comment for non-agendized items. So this is an opportunity for our community to speak about things that are not on tonight's agenda. As a reminder, during non-agendized public comment, the board cannot respond to comments because the topics have not been published on the agenda prior to the meeting. So just real quickly, any more comment cards? This is last call. So we do have two. So I had a question for Mother for Education. So you have on here book selection general. Is that we do have an agenda item. We moved our consent item out to agenda for the public or the textbook approvals. Would that be appropriate time, or is this more non-agendized? We also have the policy, looking at our policy that when we went through the workshop. The agenda item around the approval of textbooks is around a list of specific books. And then the agenda item where we're seeing if we want to take action on our on a supplemental policy and on our current policies, that is more about policy around how we approve books. 11.4 is consideration of approval of next steps regarding curriculum and instructional materials. And then we moved to consent item to 11.13. And that consent item was which number was that? You can think about it. I'm going to have the first person come up and then you can let me know. So we have Ross A. Hilsheim. I apologize. I butcher names left and right.
It's Hillisheim, if it matters. Hi, everyone. My name is Ross Hillisheim. I live in the district. I'm a property taxpayer and I'm a registered voter. I came here to talk a little bit about Measure E and F. Recently, or a couple weeks ago, I put up a yard sign in my yard that said vote yes on E and F, and I actually did. So, but my comments tonight center around good governance, and I've prepared my comments. So I'm going to just read it here. I decided to attend tonight's public comment period to voice my opinion, which is shared by many in my community. Regardless of the outcome of Measure E and F, we're disappointed that the board chose to run a special election and use precious educational funds to pay a third-party campaign consultant. I've gathered county information that's confirmed that this board okayed to spend $1.4 million of educational funds for Measures E and F, partly for paying for the administration of the running of the election by the county, and partly for the third-party campaign consultants. Did you go through the proper request for proposal process that this should go through? I don't think so. If you have, I'd love to see that. It's a sad day in this district's history to know that you allocated educational funds to a campaign consultant. Those funds could have been used for increased in-classroom teacher pay, physical education equipment for our children, or equity counselor pay to help our children grow in today's ever-changing world. As a trustee to this educational district, you have a so this part I actually pulled from your policy handbook. As a trustee, you have a duty of sound financial oversight to the precious education funds of our children. You have a fiduciary duty to ensure the proper management and allocation of district funds. You also must ensure that resources are used effectively to support educational goals. Trustees also have a responsibility to engage the community, listen to stakeholders, and incorporate their feedback into decision-making processes. Also, you were consulted that running and paying for a special election would have low voter turnout, and you thought your chances of getting a 2/3 approval would be better. But I saw this strategy as different. I see it as you try to subvert democracy, hoping that most voters would not show up and just the ones you wanted to get over the 2/3 hurdle. As our esteemed East Bay Times said a few weeks ago, quote, calling a special election suppresses voter turnout. The last few years, us Democrats have proven that the Republicans have subverted our beloved democracy. But this time we are guilty. And if we really want good government, we must see some change. It's my opinion that you broke your fiduciary duty to the district and did not seek community input and misallocated funds. Therefore, I'm calling all 5 of you and then superintendent to step down. If you do not choose to step down, I respectfully ask the board to daylight all communication, emails, letters, text messages between district administration office and the campaign consultant so that the voters, taxpayers, and families who attend this district can review.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mike Arata.
I must apologize for not having had time to update the sign to reflect the fact that measures E and F have fortunately been defeated. I returned late last night from a very special graduation far away. So congratulations and thanks to the members of the public who voted no on both Measure E and Measure F. With only a couple hundred ballots yet to be processed, both E and F finished below the 2/3 threshold required for passage, with E at about 63% and F at around 58%. You board members, your administrators, and your highly compensated campaign consultant on these measures got the low turnout you anticipated and desired with your costly special election, as you've just heard, at just 25.6% of registered voters. You claimed on your district website that your voters actually prefer special elections. The East Bay Times caught you on that whopper too. You directly spent something close to $200,000 in taxpayer funds on your parcel tax consultant and so-called community education flyers. And that's just a fraction of the anticipated extra cost of the special election itself, apparently $1 million or more for that part of things. And you officially adopted the 2 parcel tax schemes. After you did, they became Measures E and F. Then the so-called SRV Citizens for Quality Schools campaign spent more than $100,000 itself. Your tax-exempt PTAs, tax-exempt, and individual school foundations, also tax-exempt, provided about $55,000 of that total. Unions and some of your providers of goods and services kicked in another $28,000. One of those providers is a named bid award winner in tonight's consent agenda items. Both your direct campaign and the quote-unquote private version of the campaign tried to misrepresent Measure E. You referred to its sneaky annual inflation escalator clause as just annual adjustments. Even worse, the SRV Citizens Group tried deceptively to get away with saying that Measure E is, quote, not a new tax, and to say even that, quote, Measure E would renew an expiring local funding source at the current rate. An annual inflation increment would not have kept Measure E at the current rate, of course. Hopefully, voters got an eyeful of the reasons to oppose E and F. Those reasons include the fact that your spending increases over time have far exceeded the rates of inflation and enrollment growth, actually now enrollment decline. SRVUSD always still pleads poverty, even after recent 8.5% and 6% raises. Administrators routinely get Me Too versions of those raises. I'm hopeful, meanwhile, that numerous parents and other voters decided not to reward your miserable CASP state test performance over the last 2 years compared to the 2015-2019 results, and the fact that without your high-achieving students of Asian parentage, your overall averages would have been even worse.
Thank you, Mike. Mother for Education, okay, thank you. All right, so next we'll move on to Associate President's Report. So Tammy?
Good evening. I'm Tammy Casluccio, President of CSEA. This evening, I would like to congratulate our new Superintendent, CJ Kamick, returning back to SRVUSD. I was a brand new president when CJ was the Assistant Sup of HR. For the short 8 months that he was in that position, we worked collaboratively to support the working conditions of our classified employees. I'm happy to welcome him back, and I'm looking forward to continuing working with him in a different capacity. John. At our first meeting, I informed you that I was part Sicilian and that sometimes she rears her ugly head, but that she doesn't stay around very long. You informed me also that you are part Italian and that you had energy. Luckily for both of us, neither one of us experienced that side of each other. We started building our relationship with collaboration and a partnership. You realized and understood that classified employees have different needs and that our work, although different from teachers, is just as important. We are all educators. You changed the framing of our employees to all staff instead of just teachers working in support of our students. You acknowledged publicly how important classified staff was to our district and that the work of our district for students could not happen without classified employees. You were honest and frank with our budget conversations. You continued to create an environment for our students where they could feel safe and see themselves in their staff, books, and curriculum. You guided this district through the end of the pandemic and welcoming our students back to campus. The incorporation of the strategic directions in all of the work that we do with our students has ensured every child feels safe, included, respected, and cared for. The increase in student voice has been engaging and thought-provoking and has ensured that our students feel heard. I was saddened when you informed me that you were leaving us for bigger and better things. Know that you will be missed, and congratulations on your future endeavors. They are lucky to have you. On the agenda this evening as well, the board is taking action to approve the Unit 2 and Unit 3 agreements that we reached through the negotiation process. Your support in that is greatly appreciated. Also, Classified Employees Week is next week, May 19th through the 25th. And we would like to celebrate the important contributions of classified school employees and all they do for the school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. Next is Laura Finko with Servia.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Laura Finko. I would like to acknowledge the Ohlone Nation, the Takan tribe. The Ohlone Nation is the indigenous people of the San Ramon Valley area. We want to take a moment to acknowledge and pay our respects to their ancestral land. Let us all commit to being mindful and respectful of the Ohlone people and their land and work towards creating a more just and equitable society for all. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationship between nations, between cultures, between people, and to improve our own understanding of local indigenous. My name is Laura Finko. I am the president of the San Ramon Valley Education Association and the over 1,700 non-managerial certificated personnel in the district. I want to add my congratulations to all the students who are recognized this evening, and a special major congratulations and shout out and thank you to all the Servia members that were recognized this evening for the Bright Lights Award. I too want to welcome back CJ Kamick. A lot's changed since 2015. CJ, I'm no longer Servia secretary, and you're no longer assistant superintendent of HR. Congratulations, and I do look forward to working with you. I'm going on 30 years in this district. I've seen a lot of school board members, and I've seen a few superintendents, HR directors, and a few assistant superintendents for HR, some former present in this room. At times it's felt like nirvana and other times not so much. But what's really made the difference is the superintendent. It's your responsibility as trustees of our district to ensure that when you select the leader of this district, that it is someone who can be representative of all voices. I believe that you've done that with CJ Kamek, and I know that you did that with Dr. Malloy. Being relational, meeting people where they are, not only listening, but hearing, willing to do things differently than how you've ever done it before, accepting the ability to still grow, even when you're a little bit gray. And most importantly, prioritizing students. Listening to your educators, striving for productive conversation, working together to find solutions, being solution orientated, avoiding too many initiatives all at the same time, trusting your educators, giving us a seat at the table where shared leadership is more than just a cliche, encouraging a healthy work-life balance by protecting our autonomy and our privacy and being an empathetic leader, creating a supportive environment and building bridges. These are the qualities that educators look for in their administrative leaders. Dr. Malloy, you possess many of these skills. Your willingness to partner with labor, actively pushing some beyond their comfort zone, and accepting that there are roads to solutions when we take the time to go slow in order to go fast. These are all attributes that not only got us through COVID under your leadership, but also began a much needed healing after many years of some tumultuous, confusing, and contentious times. Educators of all levels, CSEA, SEIU, Confidential, SRVUSD, those are all educators in this district. Labor and union, those are no longer four-letter words. You set the trend. With the elimination of the Me Too clause, when you renegotiated your contract, not accepting a higher salary increase than those that work with you, I'm proud to see that this is a continued trend with our new superintendent's contract that you'll be considering this evening. I hope that others in upper management, not only in this district, but throughout this area, rise to that challenge, because it shows a lot of respect and understanding, not only of fiscal responsibility, but of unifying what should be a unified school district. As our partner, we've been called trailblazers. We've ensured that our member salaries have met or exceeded CPI over the last few years. We've prioritized class sizes that provide the attention that our students deserve. Eliminating the cap on years of service and restoring those negatively impacted, lifting the chokehold that so often is felt as educators. We did that. Others are following suit now. Okay, I know not all of us are happy about that, but hey, it's really something. We set that trend. Making sure that we have full health care so that we can take care of our families without jeopardizing our salaries. And then this year, we have a historic special education article, which is the first in the history of our district, ensuring that all of our students receive the services and the attention that they deserve. I know with the loss of measures E and F, we face some major uncertainties, but we're confident that as you depart, the foundation to secure solutions will be established and that we will be on solid ground. I'm holding back quite a bit of what I would like to share because I know that we're going to be meeting later on this week. But I would like to end my remarks this evening with a simple Kiwaniwa Nine. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And now we have 10.6 student board member report. Anya?
Yeah, so since our last meeting, Student Senate has met twice. At our meeting on April 29th, the students got to connect with Chef Thompson, and there was great appreciation for the improvements that the nutrition department has made. And just from what I've observed over these last like 2 years, our nutrition department is doing an incredible job of incorporating student voice into their work, which is clear by the amount of satisfaction that students are showing when they're at lunch. And it's really wonderful. We discussed the transition to serving lines at 2 of the high schools to decrease plastic waste, which has been a big ask by students. So that's something to celebrate. And some future asks were to create menus that were even more diverse, even potentially highlighting cuisines during their corresponding heritage months, which I thought was a really cool idea and something worth looking into. We also focused on gathering feedback from our current student senators on improvements that they'd like to see the next student senate carry out in order to create a comprehensive document of advice for our future senators. Many of the structures we have in place to amplify student voices are new. So ensuring that there is constant improvement as well as that there's continuation in our efforts is a big priority for the Student Senate this year, since change doesn't necessarily happen in the duration of one school year. And on another note, the student board member selection process has been going on for the past few weeks. So students have been able to vote or were able to vote at their sites for their top 2 candidates to represent their school. And yesterday at our Student Senate meeting, we heard presentations. Some of you were there for that. And it was wonderful ideas that gave the student senators a lot to think about, and we were also able to shortlist some of those candidates who will be interviewed by members of the board and district staff next week. And then yesterday was our last student senate meeting of the year, so we selected our next chair, who will be Selma Barani. Some of you have had the chance to work with her. She's an incoming junior at Doherty Valley High School. And I also thought I'd share some of our subcommittee highlights as well. So social equity has been connecting with Ed Services on the Arab American Heritage Month, and they hope to get the resolution passed in August. Mental health has been working on spreading affirmation posters and pairing up with CJSF and other volunteer groups to create more of a coordinated effort, as well as working with some of the teachers who are going to be coordinating the classes to train peer counselors, which is really cool as well. And then our subcommittee on drug awareness is working with worked with health teachers to create supplemental curriculum on drug safety. And that information was actually presented to students at San Ramon Valley High School. And then there was a survey conducted to see how they responded to that material, how effective it was. And there are senators interested in expanding those efforts to the rest of our high schools next year. Yeah.
Thank you, Anya. And now we have 10.7 superintendent's report.
Thank you so much, President Bratt. And for my comments tonight, I want to speak a bit about the transition work that we've been engaged in. First of all, I want to start by congratulating CJ Kemek. I know we're going to be speaking about him shortly, but I am grateful that he will be joining our district. When superintendents are transitioning, the one thing that is most important, I think I speak for all of us, is that there is a strong and clear way forward based upon the direction that you provide and the work that has been done and the leadership that the new superintendent will need to bring. And I know that as I've worked in this space for the last 4 years and I've gotten to know many, many superintendents, I'm just personally grateful that CJ is here and that you said yes, and that we'll celebrate that in a minute. I also want to kind of keep many of my comments around kind of the final things till June, even though school will be out, but there's still 6 weeks of very busy work to do. So I'm going to leave those comments for later, but I do want to say that time of transition is providing our team with some really wonderful opportunities to reflect on all the work that's been done over the last while, some of the challenges we've faced, some of the ways we might wish to do things differently based upon the lessons that we've learned. And it's allowed us to then compile some important insights and perspectives that we then can share through this transition. But tonight, one of the things that I want to highlight that is most important, because it does not happen without this important component, is the relationships that we build, the connections between all of us, even when we don't always agree. And that is what the underpinnings of real, authentic, shared leadership is. We can't always agree. It's going to get tense sometimes. There will be challenges. That's just part of being in a human community. But as I am grateful to our partners in CSEA and Serbia tonight for their comments, and I know that throughout the last couple of weeks, I've had similar conversations with other partners in our community. And I do believe that one of the greatest celebrations, because it has not been an easy time, is to celebrate the relationships that exist that propel the work. And I'm hoping that it becomes an easier time. But I think there are challenges ahead. The budget realities are still a significant concern for us and for many. And I know we might hear all about how we should be doing things differently, and there's always room to grow. But at the end of the day, we are challenged in that way. And as we think about broadening the definition of success without losing sight of our academic excellence, I think the greatest insight that's emerged through our transition conversations is this one. More and more of our students are telling us explicitly that they have a home here. More and more of our students are telling us that there are opportunities opening for them which are broader than just the traditional pathways, which are still very fine. And more of our students, everywhere we go, are taking their place at a table where decisions are made, and it's influencing the adults in the room to step back sometimes and allow our students to lead. I see that in every school. I hear that anytime principals speak. I see it here in this boardroom. So when we talk about relationships, and when we talk about shared leadership, and we don't exclude students, but rather we put our students at the center of that conversation, then what we're doing is actually living deep learning. Because deep learning means we're active, we're engaged, we own it, we're a part of it. We're not just sitting and listening to it. So that's what deep learning means. It's not some poster. It's not some Hallmark card. It's actually how we relate to each other in the learning space, which helps our kids take their rightful place as the leaders. And so I'll close my comments by saying that I also know as we come to the end of the school year, I've had the privilege of getting to work with Anya for the last 2 years, as have all of you, but I'm going to offer my comments to say, you bring such a profound presence to this space and beyond. I love your calm and confident style that invites more students to speak. I appreciate how you create a real atmosphere for honest and transparent communication. And what I love is even when you give candid and direct advice, it's done in such a way that even though change is required, you almost feel good about it. And I mean that because that's an art. Many times when people need to critique and offer feedback, it may come out in a way that is almost off-putting to a point where you can't do anything positive in the moment with it. And you are the actual opposite of that. And so I personally want to thank you because your relationship to all of us and to this district is a symbol of the relationships we're trying to create throughout the district that speaks to the student voice that drives our work. And I think that is probably from my seat, as we've reflected on everything we've been working on, is what I think has made the greatest movement in the time that I've been privileged to be the leader of this community. So thank you. Thank you to our board, but I'm going to have more comments in June because it's not time to say goodbye yet. There's a lot of work to do. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Malloy. All right, so now we're moving on to our action items and public hearings. So we have 11.1, consideration of approval of employment contract for our new superintendent. So we spent a lot of time doing our due diligence in our search for our next new great superintendent. We had a lot of wonderful candidates, and in the end, I feel like the choice was easy. We're very excited about having presented the contract to CJ Kamek, and so now is the opportunity for us to make comments and hopefully approve. We do have one public comment, so I think maybe we can go there first, and then so that's Mike Arata.
The $395,000 salary you'll initially be providing to Mr. Kamek would be worth it were he somehow to lead a reversal of Superintendent Malloy's legacy of very poor state test results. Those results due at least in part to the equity-based sidelining of knowledge and skills that has lately characterized the district. But what jumped out in your announcement of Mr. Kamek's return hiring is that he's, quote, been instrumental in establishing wellness centers at all secondary schools in Fremont and increasing the number of counselors at every school site. As my wife and longtime teacher Sharon once wrote, in January 1969, the radical leadership of the giant NEA teacher union proclaimed approvingly to its then 1.8 million members in the union's newsletter that the schools are becoming clinics whose purpose is to provide individualized psychosocial treatment for the student, quote unquote. Brave new world, here we come, Sharon commented. No wonder our schools have been engulfed by a rising tide of mediocrity, referring thereby to 1983's Federal Nation at Risk report on schools. Sharon continued, Senator and former SFSU English professor and university president Sam Hayakawa had, quote, addressed the problem in 1978 when he stated to the U.S. Senate that, quote, an educational heresy has flourished, a heresy that rejects the idea of education as the acquisition of knowledge and skills. The heresy of which I speak regards the fundamental task of education as therapy. I saw that same regression come into fashion during my own 20 years as a successful chemistry and math instructor and swim coach during the 70s and 80s. Well before toxic social media came along, as mentioned, it was an NEA union-driven downshift and distraction, even back then. Presently, given the district's reaffirmation of Malloy-era policies and programs in consent item 13.16 this evening, you will continue to distract your students from needed knowledge and skills with overtly racist anti-racism programs, LGBTQ grooming of even your youngest students, grading for equity, though you now use alternative terms for that, and depraved pornography in high school libraries and even some classrooms. You will apparently remain a Potemkin district, attempting to present an illusion of academic success to parents and other voters, while continuing to focus on equity instead, i.e. regarding the fundamental task of education as therapy, i.e. providing individualized psychosocial treatment for the student. Again, were Mr. Kamek to help lead you back to sanity as a school board, he would be worth what you're going to be paying him.
Thank you, Mr. Arata. I want to take a quick second first to say thank you to Cindy Fisher for all of your support in the logistics around our search. It was a huge help, and we really appreciated all of that work. So thank you. And also to Shelley for helping with the contract and working through the ad hoc committee that the two of us were on to kind of work through that. So thank you. Does anyone have any questions or comments or move approval?
I'll make a comment. I'm really excited, even though it's sad to see Dr. Malloy leaving. I'm really excited about CJ Kamek coming on board. And yeah, Laura, you said it great. There was phenomenal candidates that did apply for this, and we did a lot of work doing our due diligence to give very thorough interviews and really tailor down our interview approach to really the individual qualities and things that our district's striving for. And I think we even heard that feedback from leadership associates who helped us with the search. But ultimately, at the end of the day, and I don't say this as much to you because you already know, but to the public, that I am really excited and hopeful for everything CJ is going to do and continue to help make SRVUSD the best possible district it possibly can and provide as best as we possibly can for all our students. So I am very excited about this next action item here and excited to vote.
Yeah, I'll make the motion to approve our new superintendent contract. Yeah, for our new superintendent.
And I'd like to second. That's okay.
The motion was made by Board Member Ordway and seconded by Board Member Hurd. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan?
Aye.
Board Member Hurd?
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee?
Aye.
Board Member Ordway?
Aye.
Board Member Clark?
Aye.
Board Member Bratt?
Aye.
That's a 5-0 vote.
Great, thank you. I'd love for us to take a minute and just get a picture with CJ, just as an introduction to the district, and a congratulations to you. Congratulations, CJ. We're so excited to have you on board. Thank you.
Got it.
All right. And next we have 11.2, consideration of approval of a resolution number 66/2324 in appreciation of our student board member, Anya Arapan. So we're so grateful that you've been with us for 2 years. You've made such an impact, not only on each of us individually, on us as a governing body, but on the school district. And 2 years time, so much has been done, and building up of the student senate, broadening it, giving students voice, as Dr. Malloy talked about, really having the ability to have that lead with that empathy, to be able to really draw people in. It's a gift, and I'm just so, I'm a mom, but I'm so excited for your future, and I'm excited for the world to see what you're doing with all of this amazing, the ideas and the energy and the intellect, and your parents have so much to be proud of. So I know we're each going to want to say something, and I kind of went off already, but first we have some gifts for you. So I'll let Shelley take over.
So I put these together on behalf of the board. So the first one is this box. It's very heavy. Oh, wow. And the other one, you know that I'm famous for my cookies. Oh my God. So I made you your own cookie box. And it's full of pink cookies. And I and the rest of the board members have special gift certificates. Oh, you do not have to do all. I'll have a little messy. Thank you so much.
And we also, there's a plaque on the wall and your name has been inscribed on that plaque as a student board member. So we're going to miss you so much. I'll let Rachel, if you have anything to, we can go this way, and Shelley.
You have just brought so much great energy and light and information and feedback from all of our students. You have represented them so well, and I have learned so much from you. I am going to miss you, but again, as Laura said, I am so excited to see what you're going to do and where you're going to go, because you are truly someone special. You are brilliant and you're a bright light, and I know you're going to go far. So thank you for all that you've given us.
I just want to know, when do you sleep? No, no, I know you've done a lot, and you're just, yeah, we're all going to miss you so much, because you're an integral part, I think, of not only a board, but of the district, and definitely on, your school and your groups too. But yeah, I think you'll do awesome wherever you're gonna decide to go and do. But yeah, just thank you and really appreciate your insights and perspectives and your voice and your way of giving others voice. Thank you.
And similar comments, Anya, I don't know how you do it all. You're incredibly organized. Your ability to effectively communicate, I think, is probably one of your superpowers. It's your level of communication and being able to clearly get your point across so well. It is well beyond your age. And so I have no idea what you're going to do in the future, but I do know that you will be very successful and effective in doing it. And thank you so much for your service that you've given to all your fellow students and to this entire community. So thank you.
And just to build on that, being the second and third student board member we've ever had, you're, part of being a trailblazer, right? And I just think, as John said, you've really set the stage for what we wanted student voice to be, but then you totally exceeded our expectations. You have such calm and poise, and you can take after someone says, something really like, wow, and you just so calmly put it in perspective and speak for your peers. And watching you at the Student Senate with your peers and how you've shared leadership of that with the Student Senate leader, it's just been really amazing to watch. I think you've been an incredible role model for your peers, but also for, I think, everyone. I am so excited to see what you do next and where you go. I mean, the world is your oyster. You could write your ticket, but just really good luck to you, because you rocked it.
Thank you so much for your kind words and these beautiful flowers and this cookie box. It's been such an honor to serve these past 2 years, and this has truly been one of the most rewarding experiences of my life thus far, and it's truly impacted also what I want to do in the future as well. So I'm so grateful for all of this and all of your insights, and I've learned so much from being in this role, and I won't be too far away, so I will be staying in contact with the next student board member, whoever we decide that to be, and I'll definitely be following along with what the district is up to. And I'm so sad to be leaving, and these next couple weeks are going to be so emotional. But thank you so much for all your kind words, and to be able to serve in this role it's been amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya, and congratulations on your graduation too. All right, so next we're at 11.3. Oh, sorry, I need a motion. I'm sorry.
So moved.
Second.
To adopt the resolution.
Oh, and you know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. I do have a public comment. See, I'm so excited. Okay, so we have a public comment. I apologize for being off track with my presidential duties. Lynn Desai, and you even did, no, I know.
Thank you.
It's been an emotional time for me, so excuse me if I cry like I'm pretty sure I'm going to. I just wanted to say how appreciate. It's going to be one of those days. I wanted to let you know how appreciative we are of your voice, your students, and how much of a difference it's made. And I hear people talk about, today's kids and like, today's kids. And I look at it and I see people like you and I think, today's kids, they're going to be great. Excuse me. So thank you. I just wanted to let you know, we see you, we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. All right, so can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote, Student Board Member Iapia.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. It's a celebration. Okay, so now we're moving on to 11.3, public hearing for SRVUSD Special Education Local Plan Area, that's the SELPA, and Annual Service and Budget Plan for the 24-25 school year. So we're going to gavel in for the public hearing. And we do not have any public comment, but we have an opportunity for trustee questions at this point, or do I gavel out first? Okay. Okay. Does anyone have, is Linda presenting anything at this point? No. Okay. Does anyone have any questions on the plan?
I think all my questions were already
Answered. All right. Okay. So the next part. Okay. So now I'm going to gavel out.
Okay.
All right. And now we move to, well, so now I have 11.4. I don't have, so now public comment. I'm confused today. I'm sorry. I don't know if it. Yeah, maybe you can help me.
Right, we're just doing a public hearing related to the annual service plan, annual budget plan for the SELPA local plan.
Okay.
And so unless we have, yes, at the next meeting, it'll go on to the consent agenda for approval.
Gotcha. So there's no action for this?
There's no action.
No, okay.
for
All
this.
right. Okay, great. Okay.
It's a two-step process.
All right. So we are done with this
We are
agenda
done with
item.
this.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. So now 11.4, consideration of approval of next steps regarding curriculum and instructional materials. So that is something that I am in charge of asking about. So I have to find my notes. All right. So, so we had our workshop and we left that with bringing this to the agenda to decide if we wanted to look at the idea of that 11 or more books versus purpose of the purpose of books for that textbook approval versus just basic quantity. So I don't know if we have any questions that we want to ask staff around this or where we want to move with this.
I have a question. So the 11 book thing kind of, after we talked about it, was kind of like a random number. Would you have a suggestion about what would be the appropriate number, or should there be a number attached to it?
So if you give us direction to take the conversation from the workshop, put it into language and bring it back at the first meeting in June, what we heard was that, at least what was spoken there, so I'll test it, that it's not about a number because a number is arbitrary.
Right.
It's about the purpose. So if the purpose of a particular text would be that everyone would be engaged in it, whether it was 9 or 50, it's more the purpose that you were wanting to capture in that policy. That's what we took from the workshop. So if I got that correct, then if you're going to give us that direction, you can affirm that we heard you properly.
And I guess related to that, because that's what I think least that's what I had said, and I think I was the one who proposed that. Because that then creates the conditions for when board approval would be necessary. And then the distinction that there's other ways that books and other kinds of instructional materials are used, which would fall in the supplemental part. But I don't think we necessarily need a separate policy on supplemental to just be defining for everybody and supplemental, what requires approval, what doesn't. And so I just thought that the conversation we had at the workshop created some clarity around what and why. And also in the process eased up on the heavy lifting on ed services, because we wouldn't be dealing with this arbitrary number of 11. We would be looking at the use of the book, because it relates to the choice and not, whether everyone's using it or whether there's choice and someone doesn't have to use it.
Right, right. Yeah, and I know that in the feedback that and we talked about this in the workshop, but the feedback that I got from staff and students, that 11 was limiting in secondary versus elementary. And so to kind of have that, and it's not actually in our policy, it's just a assumption that's made based on past practices. So I don't know specifically with that, if it's necessary to change policy when it's not actually in policy, if it's just that we have an understanding from a process standpoint that it's more about purpose rather than about quantity for our textbooks. And then the next question would be, do we want to look at a supplemental policy? Do we need a supplemental policy? And to your point, you were thinking we don't. I don't know if anyone else.
Well, and I guess to add on to that, I mean, some of the things that were discussed in the workshop and then in the sidebar parking lot-ish conversations that happened in the room after people left was the idea of encouraging communication, but not demanding it, not forcing it into preventing a teacher from leaning into a teachable moment and using a read aloud or using a clip or using whatever to teach something timely. Because I pulled up examples of some supplementary ones and it was like, okay, 6 weeks later, you might be able to do the thing. And then it would be like, well, why are we doing this? And that seemed like it was really defeating the point of flexible materials. But I really liked the comments that Carrie Pike made in her comments and then just afterwards chatting related to holding up the idea of a syllabus being a best practice and the communication regarding that. And then, maybe creating an edit. Because I mean, I hear Jesse's comments about wanting to create open communication, but not wanting to put up a bunch of rules and guardrails to get in the way of teachers doing what they do best.
Yeah, no, that was my point. I think that, I think sometimes we want to make sure the policy is meaningful, but not, and creating, right, unintended barriers, especially communication. I think that sometimes the conversation opener or how you present something, right? Or you take in some communication. For example, like it would be very different if a parent comes to a teacher and say, hey, can you work with me? Because this particular material, it's challenging for our family or my child. Then if if a teacher hears you're not following policy, right? So that I think that kind of creates a barrier of communication. So yeah, I think that if we're clear on the practices, right, the syllabus and all that, and invites communication between teacher and the parent and student, I don't think we would necessarily need to put a policy in place.
Yeah, my concern was for our educators and them having some flexibility in what they present and be able to make changes if there's teachable moments or things that they want to have access to. So my concern is just not to handcuff them so that there's a policy that's prohibitive of them being able to do that. So that was my biggest concern. As far as having to put a supplemental policy in place, I don't really feel like that's something that is necessary. But if other board members have some input on why that would be necessary, I'm certainly open to listen to that.
Yeah, so a few things on this. So I agree on, I don't want it to be so myopic on the 11 books, which, as we discovered in the workshop, was a historical practice that incidentally fell off of the policy at some point. We talked about bringing it back or not bringing it back. 11 is quite an arbitrary number. And one of the examples that I brought up in the workshop was, what's the difference between 11 books that 11 individual students are going to read in one classroom versus one copy of one book that's read aloud to 500 elementary students? It's about the breadth and also the scope of, do they have the option to read it, option to pick it, option to choose it, or is it something that's assigned? And I would even call it read aloud an assigned component, right? You don't really have the choice to not hear that. And then also, I think maybe where I differ in my approach on this and my thinking on this is that I think a good policy that takes into consideration the teacher, their expertise on the subject material and on their class, that if you construct a policy that gives them a wide road, but also significant guardrails, that also encourages parent, student, and teacher collaboration. And to that point, Rachel, you brought up, syllabus. It's, for me, it's not about, hey, let's be really restrictive or individually adjudicate each and every book. The board can't do that. That's not good governance. We can't individually adjudicate all books that all students might get their hands on. It's a really difficult task. Otherwise, that would be our one task that we do as a board. So I'm trying to think of something that, and what I would like to see is exploring this more with the different stakeholders, with the parents, with the students, with the teachers, and understanding, hey, what would a good policy look like? I also do think that there's many districts who have supplemental policies. And one of the things that I see the supplemental policy as is not so much restrictions, but here's where you can freely navigate without having to take extra steps. So a lot of districts have policies on, hey, you want to show a video clip, you want to show a BBC clip on the Civil War. Well, you can do this for this age group if it's rated TV 8 or less for this group, or TV 14 or less for this group. Otherwise, you must get approval from the principal or from the board or something like that. It gives that framework to where you kind of know, I know what the rules are. I know I'm perfectly safe here. And if it falls out of there and I still feel like it's really important for my class, I'm going to take that extra step of just asking for that additional sign off. So it's not even just about books, it's about other things. And then other examples I've seen is, it's not any and all books must go through some sort of approval process. It's if they have certain themes, right? Violence, drugs, sexual situations that might not be appropriate for a certain age group, then you go through just one more layer of approval. So you're kind of not operating in a silo. Extra eyes. Because even as I've talked to some teachers, they'll say, my colleagues and I, we love teaching, but I think even our understanding of age appropriateness would vary, even though we're teaching the same class and same grades. So this provides some extra framework for them to operate freely in and understand what they can do. My biggest thing is a student and or their parent and caregiver, if there are going to be books that most of the classroom reads that has objectionable material, if they know about it beforehand, then they have the tools and resources and a framework to be able to say, because of these things, it goes against my culture or my religious beliefs or just a personal preference that might involve some of those subject materials. They then have an option to then approach that. So the biggest thing for me is, I can always defend everything that we do as a district if I say, you were communicated to, you got a syllabus for your students that included all those books on it in the beginning of the school. And so you had the opportunity then. That's a lot easier for me to defend as a board member versus you didn't know, the student didn't know, they read it, then they went, whoa, I didn't know that was coming. So what for me as a board member, as I work to support my community members and try to provide for all, the last thing I also want to do is there's a lot of parents and a lot of students in the community that would have no problem with certain books that other people do, right? I don't want to take that away from their ability to use that subject material. But I do think that the communication piece and just us all being on the same page as far as it's not a restrictive policy or something that adds layers and layers and layers where it's just impossible. Or as I think Bob Allen put it, a chilling effect. I don't want that. But I do think that there's some things that we can perhaps look into. And that's not even me necessarily saying what the district produces. I'm going to say, oh yeah, this is super restrictive or super good. I would like to explore this so we could say we did our due diligence as a governing body to explore a problem that has continuously recurred since I've been on the board. And it's just one of those things that I don't think it's ever going to go away completely. Nobody's ever going to be like 100% happy with whatever happens. But I think that I personally would like to explore it.
This would be specific to a supplemental material policy.
Well, and that's the thing, like on this action item here, kind of how it was posed was the 11 versus no 11. I think that's just one component to it.
Right.
I don't know if that belongs in supplemental or not. Or if that just belongs in what is required to get board approval and what's not. So maybe we add a little bit of clarity to that, but then I'd also like to see a supplemental explored and kind of what that could look like.
So the current policy that we have around textbook approval is fine, or is something that you would like to see us explore changes with?
And I don't know, and I actually don't know the answer to that, because I don't know where it belongs, where kind of maybe CSBA would even tell us like, hey, that clause belongs here. So to the syllabus example.
It's funny because I even tried to find what is CSBA's model policy, right? And when you go on their website, you find briefs about it.
Generic.
And then references to things that go back to, I think it's 2013. So there's references related to, to the new conversations about books. But I think to leave it as it is without adding this use distinction makes it unclear because it's so generic. So I'm wondering what if we moved ahead with asking staff to put together the clarity on the use? And then we entertain, do we want to look at exploring a supplemental, but not in terms of supplemental and approval?
Yeah.
But what Jesse was getting about is supplemental of what's green light, just go for it. And what are things that maybe you want to get additional input on, but all in the spirit of, here families, this is what we're going to read. It's on you, not to take away from anything, but just so people like are informed consumers, I guess. But I know, John, you've made clarifications about how that might affect opt-out. So I think those are things that would come out in the exploration. And I like the idea of not trying to shove this through by the end of June. And I know you're not interested in doing that either.
I think there's two different things you're speaking about. One is very doable. Ensuring that we take away an arbitrary number and speak to purpose. That is something we've already talked about. We can bring that back in June. And I think we can capture that. The other discussion you're having is a pretty complex one. It's going to need a significant time frame. And the question you're going to have to wrestle with the new superintendent is, it's going to be time consuming. And if you believe that that's a problem that needs to be solved, then you will prioritize that as you always do. But it's going to be significant. It will involve every aspect of the community. There'll be significant reactions, comments, and emotions, I'm guessing, to it. And it's up to you to decide if that's how you would like staff to spend time. But the other issue we can do simply.
Well, and
the second issue will take probably at least, if I can be, it's a 6-month process starting in the new school year, but it would be the new superintendent who's going to have to set that up, because it's quite a bit of community engagement that would need to go along with that.
Susanna, why don't you go? I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah, no, I mean, I went and searched out several different districts, supplemental material policies too, and really, again, what they usually use for videos and movies and films and other things other than books is really the MPAA, the basically the movies, right? PG, PG-13, so forth. And so it's like, really, so is there any, I mean, we can use that too, but is it really whole policy written around that, or what is that difference? Can we put, because we're basically agreeing on the same thing, that it should be communication, it should be clear to everyone, right? All the parents and stuff. Would that easier under the AR, because that's the actual, right? The doing, right? And
nuts
not
and
the
bolts.
like, yeah, the nuts and bolts instead of the big policy. I mean,
But would that still be supplemental versus actual, instructional materials? And that I just actually don't know. But I think some of my other thoughts on that, on the timepiece, I strongly feel that, at least for me as a board member and in this boardroom, we are going to be spending that time, maybe not over 6 months and more hyper focus on it, but we will be spending that time in perpetuity. Like, this is something that is not going to go away. And I don't think it's going to go away 100%. But if we can get it to a framework where we say our policy is very clear, this is how we operate. I'm firmly believe that to be clear is to be kind. So this is actually focused on the teachers, to know that the teachers that, hey, this is our policy. It's very clear. It was developed with you, in coordination with you. And you know that you have 100% freedom in this policy. And then you also know the pathway, if you feel strongly about including some sort of, part to your curriculum or additional supplemental material or video or something like that. You go through a process, you operate in complete cover from the district and from operating within our policy. Therefore, if somebody's upset with it, it's on the board. It's on the board. One example that I brought up in the workshop, and I will strip out any sort of identifiers for it because that's not my intent to bring it up. A whole middle school class was shown a certain video depicting a certain warlord from Southeast Asia, and they showed some video, and it included some very objectionable material for a lot of the students in the class. And I got, forwarded a thread that had 30 parents on it. And then I had a lot of them calling me. And so I'm like, okay, I'm dealing with something that's purely supplemental curriculum, even though this video had been apparently used multiple times. So that I don't think it was malfeasance or misfeasance by the teacher. I think it was just, it was what it is. We as a board did not provide clarity for that teacher. And so I think we're going to spend time on it either way.
I do need to speak, just because there is a process in place. We spoke to all 35 principals when this conversation started, and we asked them to share with us all the complaints that they've received and how they've dealt with it. And as we ask of you all the time, and thankfully you do, when you send those complaints to us, we can actually deal with those things based on our existing policy. We have an absolute expectation around age appropriateness. We follow that expectation. So from an educator's point of view, again, I have to speak for our educators in this. When we hear about something like that, we will deal with it, and we do. Which is why sometimes when people go to you versus us, we need you to send it back to us, because the place where we can resolve the issues is closest to the classroom, teacher, parent, and principal. And then if it isn't resolved, it comes to us. But again, I want the board to know that when this conversation started, we sat with all of our principals and asked them, how do you deal with this? And the resounding response was, we feel we're dealing with this very effectively. If you believe that we need to deal with it more effectively, you've got to give your cabinet that perspective with specifics, so we could go into that situation like we have and say, can we see this? And can we deal with it? I think the part that needs to be said is, yes, our parents' voice matters hugely, but the educator is a professional. So if you're going to engage in this process, I'll leave this as a piece of recommendation. Allow that voice to take priority It doesn't silence parent voice, but education resources cannot be a buffet. We can't take 30 kids in an elementary class or 180 kids in a secondary class and have any kind of policy or AR that speaks to opt in, opt out in a way that isn't manageable. Having said that, because we again have gone deeply into this, when there's a problem, we have a process. The process is governed by you. And we don't, from a staff perspective, hear and see, based upon the homework we've done, that which you're seeing. I respect what you're hearing, and I hope that when you do receive, regardless of what you decide to do, please send those parents back to us. Allow us to resolve the issue, and we may say to that educator, this is not age appropriate, which we do on occasion in very respectful and professional ways that allow us to move forward in a positive way. But I think that what is challenging when I think about this conversation from an educator's point of view is it's impossible to define some of the topics you're trying to define. Sensitive, wide continuum. Age appropriate, if we have a rating through common sense or a movie rating, good. But the world doesn't work like that. And the only way I believe you get to good practice is when you're engaged in dialogue. So anything you would direct us to do, I would hope would focus more on the dialogue and less on the parameters that could actually make a teacher who's dealing with a world event stop it because she or he or they is afraid of going there because they're not sure if it fits. And then, again, you're hearing from an educator, you're not hearing from a board member, you're not hearing from a parent, an educator. We might stop the conversation that needs to happen at that moment because there's fear that I might be talking or using a resource that shouldn't be used. And we have to trust our educators to understand appropriate age development and understand the expectations that are in our existing policy. But again, if you want something more, please direct it. I don't want you to be surprised if it's going to take a considerable amount of time. That's not to say you shouldn't do it. It's just, please let the educator's voice have space in that conversation too. And please let it take as long as it needs to take, because from my perspective, it is not a simple process. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, and to follow up on that, Dr. Malloy, I'm in no rush to get this done. Just I would like to start that process personally. And I actually believe that our educators are going to be able to come up with something that is probably a great policy that we're not even thinking about right now, that might not even exist in some of these sample supplemental policies that we've examined. And yeah, I don't want to not at least entertain it and approach because of the fear of the time and everything that will be involved in it. And I do think that we can have some sort of respectful dialogue and conversation so we can at least try to tackle an issue. And maybe we get to the end of the process and we all decide together, yeah, I think we can handle it. And, I think of it because my background is healthcare, this idea of minimal effective dose, right? When they test out new drugs, they try to see what's the minimum amount that you can do to have an effective response. And I think our policy should be similar. So what's the minimal effective dose for a supplemental educational policy or even in our instructional policy where it's clear, it's not wordy, it's not 20 pages, it's not cumbersome. Can we have a conversation on what is the minimal effective dose that at least shows that we have looked into and addressed a problem that continues to come up?
John, can I ask you a question? If you're not comfortable answering, just say so. I'm kind of trying to read between the lines in what you were saying of that maybe just current practice is already kind of doing what Jesse's asking for. It's just not written out. It's just professional judgment. And that the rare cases where there's been a problem are the cases that are probably going to come up anyway. Is that
so what I'm saying is that from a staff perspective, we're not seeing the problem that's being discussed. We have a policy that from a staff perspective has one challenge, which we do believe needs to be fixed because 11 makes no sense. The fact that when all students are expected to engage in a text, that be approved by you. And yes, of course, we can talk about and communicate best practice and then focus on the dialogue process. What we're saying is that we believe that exists right now. And if you don't believe that, then that's fine. That's what you would vote on. You would vote on, I would say either, if you think the whole policy conversation needs to start with both policies, the one that exists and the one you might consider, then you would have to vote to say we won't bring anything in June. And we'll just ask the new school year to create a process for whatever you'd like, the one that's existing and then the one that you could add. Or you could vote for, yes, clean up the one that exists in the way we've described. And then you'd have to vote separately on, do you actually want staff to bring forward a plan in the new school year that outlines what we would propose would need to happen in order for you to engage in the conversation that Trustee Van Zie's been talking about. So I don't know if that's clear.
I would really like us to look at the phased thing, because I think if we're taking the 11 away, which was arbitrary, but it created, these are the rules around approving curriculum. I think we need the new clarity about purpose. And then just the thought process on what am I using this text for, right? What club or whole group? And then let's let CJ come on board and we talk through all the other things that are on everyone's plates and priority lists, and then look at studying it further. But that's where I think the professional judgment within this purpose look that we've done, let's see how it goes. That would be my wish.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Rachel. I think one, we don't want to rush anything because everybody's got to have kind of their voice go into this, especially the teachers, especially since there's a high level of concern there. And I'm hearing that and I'm not discounting that. But I think you're right. The easy lift is wrapping up whatever 11 book thing that fell off and kind of clarifying what's the intent of use. That I think should be pretty straightforward, but I think a long game approach on, hey, how do we actually handle and address supplemental materials? What could policies look like? And even if there is some sort of not written down, but universally accepted practice that teachers are approaching, there might be a way to actually extract that out into a policy that's not a huge dynamic
So
shift.
like maybe
It's just written down.
like maybe the age appropriate lens that you said we already use. It's just, I'm not sure if we've actually stated that.
Yeah.
Is it stated?
Stated.
Stated, in our.
Maybe in the AR it's stated.
It is stated within the BP and AR, but it's not as explicit as age appropriateness. But it is absolutely something that our teachers follow and is a practice that we follow in the CNI department as well when things come our way.
And the only feedback we've gotten is, again, I'll reiterate it. There are some tools that provide clear-cut, age-appropriate information. And again, with the wide continuum of how people define sensitive themes, etc., it becomes more complicated when there isn't a tool that literally says this is for 6-year-olds to 8-year-olds.
Yeah.
So that's where Debbie always reminds me that we can't always hang our hat on just go look at X. And some districts who've created some policy around that have tried to put some of those things in. And again, I'm going to speak as an educator. Those educators, I think, are in a much more vulnerable spot because the policy language can only be so literal. There's still an area that cannot be defined, and then the teacher has to work within that. And that's where I, again, am offering the perspective that I've yet to see a policy that defines those terms literally, that leaves that educator with enough support. So the question is, when you look at what exists, what do you believe is missing? We are already operating from age appropriate. Adding a sentence is not hard, but I'm not hearing Trustee Van Zie talking about a sentence. I'm hearing talking about a rethink, and that's valid, but that's a vote. So you can decide if you want us, and then we won't necessarily do a piece of work for June. We'll wait till you do the bigger piece, because that, I think, is what your decision is. Do you want an adjustment based upon the conversations you've had? Because I think we've heard you. That's, I think, doable. If you really want to rethink, or not a re-opportunity, that's not even a word, an engagement process which involves everybody, then I'm not sure I would tinker. I would wait. And I think that's your decision for tonight. Do you want us to do something, or do you want to wait and do something more major? But again, I'm very respectful that you've got to decide that. I represent the educator voice here. It's not to try to be difficult or to say parents don't matter, because parents do. I just have been doing this long enough that it's really complicated what you're talking about. And that's all I'm asking you to hear from me. It's not simple. Doesn't mean it can't be done. It's just not simple.
Well,
Go ahead. Go.
well, I was going to say, I mean, what I would ask is, it sounds like, and the way I understand the current policy that we have, excluding the 11, is that it's working, that there is an understanding that staff has on how to use it. There's a process in place. You know, it's been working. And yes, there are the occasional issues that come up. And I think in this political climate, we're seeing it more. And I think for us to react and spend a lot of time and energy I'm going to be totally honest, feels a little bit performative in this political climate when things are working. And there is a process for someone. So for example, when the parent came all the way to the board with an appeal on a specific book, there was a process that was in place that whole time. You know, they were uncomfortable with that book being assigned to the student, spoke to the teacher gave the student another book, then it went to the principal, then the appeal went to the supervisor, and then it went to the board. And so there's that process in place. So are we talking about spending time, which, okay, I have time, we all have time, we could spend that time, we could spend that staff time and community time figuring out where the lines are, like what is it that is inappropriate? You know, is it if it has a certain word in it? Is it if it talks about violence in a way that crosses some sort of line, your line, but not my line, but his line and but not her line? And we're, as a 5-person board, making that decision. That this is the part that I'm wrestling with.
And that's definitely not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting language that would provide a framework for here's how things are to be communicated. Because again, like what I was saying in the beginning, I don't think that we can actually put in place a perfect policy that spells out all of those individual components. And if we were even able to get something close to that, that would be immensely restrictive, and it could be interpreted so many different ways. So to my minimally effective dose analogy, it would be, my desire would be to re-engage as long as it takes, you know, within reason. Obviously, we have other initiatives that we're doing, so it's not the prime, you know, 1, 2, and 3 priority. But I think me, as somebody who is on the governance team for this, I would like to explore that in consideration with what the teachers are currently already doing. I think it would incorporate components of, if we're just communicating all the books that will be assigned, or a list of books they'll have to choose from, for me, I feel like that's a good and effective step.
So that feels more operational than policy. So maybe it's more about, instead of us digging into this policy and breaking it apart and putting it back together, maybe it's about asking staff to come up with a communication plan around what the process is in communicating the books that are being read in a classroom.
Well, and remember, there's more than one policy at stake here. There's a policy about complaining, which is what you were referring to. There's a policy about approval, which is where I'm saying I'd like to have some purpose to differentiate whole adoptions versus supplemental. And then the AAR gets into the nuts and bolts. There's one thing in the existing policy about approval that, if we are going to ask staff to come back with something, I would like us to entertain. There's one in there where, if we're going off the state adopted list for K-8, materials that it says that we include on the selection team teachers that teach that particular grade, which seems like an obvious, no-brainer. But I would also like it to include that we're clear to the board that we're going off list, and I don't see it anywhere in there, that specific thing. Because I think some of the things we did in the last, 10 years related to certain curriculum we chose, if it had been a little more obvious that we were going off list, and I'm not at all suggesting that the curriculum instruction was deceiving us. I think it wasn't explicit enough.
Okay, so we do have 2 public comments, so let's take those and then we can, okay. So we have Sandra Arachidera. I read the
Sandra Rechidera, Pine Valley Middle School teacher librarian. And I just want to thank you, Dr. Malloy, for your comments. They spoke very clearly for educators and for the teacher librarians, for other teachers who I've spoken to. You have immensely intelligent educators who have spent so much time understanding their classrooms and getting to know their community. The age-appropriate comment has always been concerning because it's not defined in a way that you can say, I'm going to turn to this and it's right here and says that. It has to do with your classroom. It has to do with the maturity of your classroom and understanding what it is that they can understand and the way that they can best educate them. So the process that you have in place has worked very nicely, allowing your educators the ability to respond and to work with teachers and to work with the parents. If a parent comes right now and says they have a concern about a book, there is no question about it. That book will be changed to a different book when we're talking in a book club setting. And that's important to understand. There isn't just 1 or 2 books that are offered. I'm a part of that process in helping them select those books. As another educator, as a teacher, we allow that and we change that book with something they're comfortable with. I will even go a step further. When I'm speaking to students, I am very clear about the subject matter and that they have the ability to change and to feel very comfortable to come and do that. The second and probably last thing that I would say is when we come into a syllabus and providing the books right at the beginning, the last board workshop, a comment that I had made was, remember that sometimes we're operating on a change in the way the world is working and maybe coming up with a book club that we hadn't thought about doing then, but that would be very relevant to have now. So we won't have those books, but we will say to the parents, we're moving into this subject. And you should know when we're in dystopic, it's more violent. We do educate and let our parents know and are very open and transparent with them. And I just want you to know that we trust your process. We trust the process, and we want you to help us to be able to be the best educators we can for your students and our students. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Mother for Education.
That's a hard one to follow up on. And again, this was more general, but I urge the board to continue to broaden the selection of books available to our students. Exposing our students to more information, not less, is what will prepare them for life in the 21st century. The world I see includes lesbians, gay men, bisexuals, transgender people, and queer people. It includes people from different countries who speak different languages and have different religious beliefs. The world I see is the world our kids will live in. All of the Disney classic films, Cinderella, Snow White, through The Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast, films rated G for all children, present young kids with a heteronormative view of the world. And that's great. But that's not where the story ends. Allowing kids to see different family units, be they adoptive families, single parent families, alternative guardian families, as well as families who have parents who belong to the LGBTQ+ community, helps to normalize these relationships and properly reflects our world. It's inclusive, and so is this district. Excluding books, which include such families, does a disservice to our kids, our community, and our world. And while I visit Dr. Google as much as anyone, I did take my kid to urgent care and an orthopedist this week when he suffered a baseball injury. Teachers and librarians study how, what, and why kids should or can be reading. I encourage this board to continue to allow students to see themselves and those around them in a broad selection of reading materials, and defer to teachers and librarians and not a small set of individuals with concerns about available reading materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, do we have any further questions or comments, or do we want to make a motion?
Well, and I would just say, based on Sandra's, feedback, that I think that those are good policies that are in place. And I don't really see a threat to teachers in providing that written down that's done in conjunction with the teachers. If everybody's already doing it so that we're all on the same page, the parents are on the same page, and we kind of understand how it actually works. And yeah, again, I think there's two components. There's supplemental and there's instructional. I think we're pretty close on the curriculum instructional. It's a difficult thing for me to bring up because I'm not going to go down the road of bringing up specific examples that get us into personnel issues and things like that. But on the example that we saw recently, there was kind of one pathway. There was a complaint, but at the end of that destination was, did the teacher use a curriculum, a board approved curriculum book? Absolutely, they did. But there was one track for them to go down on that complaint. And that wasn't even the complaint that really would have been the original intent for the parent. It was more of the communication upfront piece. And so I'm just thinking, I would love to explore it. I don't know what the end process looks like. And I don't even pretend to be able to say, I know what good looks like, because I think that requires the communication from the teachers and getting parental inputs as well. And so I would like to pursue what that looks like. If I think we've got a really busy slate for the rest of the year, I don't think we need to ram this through. If this is something that we want to say that we're interested in exploring this and discussing a timeline with CJ when he comes on board, I'm all for that too. It's not about getting it done fast. It's about getting it done right.
So, and then with that, there's the understanding that we will continue through the approval process that we've been doing currently.
I think, let me throw this one out. And I think that it's going to take a lot longer than we're talking about age appropriateness. I've met 14-year-olds that are more mature than 19, 20-year-olds. So we're talking about something age appropriate, not only age appropriateness, but other things that it's very individual, and we're talking about a supplemental policy for everyone. So again, I agree. The instructional one about the 11 books, I mean, that not a problem. I think we all agree on that one. I think if the process is working right now, and it sounds like I trust the teachers, I trust the parents, I trust the students, the older ones too, who understand that there might be challenges of what they're, learning and reading and stuff. So I don't see a need to spend a lot of time, effort, and frankly, money going down this road for a supplemental policy.
And I will echo that. The instructional piece, no problem. The 11 is arbitrary, and we should, purpose is, that works for me. The process we have in place is working, and there may be exceptions once in a great while, and maybe those got visited on Trustee Van Zee. But I don't believe that that's the norm, or it's a huge issue that we need to go into this. And again, I trust our educators, and I believe that they have the pulse on our students on their classes. And I just don't see a reason why we need to go down this road either. So that's where I'm at right now.
And I'm sorry, let me respond to something. I think we're getting pulled down these tangent roads of like trying to pigeonhole what the conversation is going to be on age appropriateness, etc. Now that could be a component of it, but I think one that's difficult to define, as you said, Susanna. There's a whole skew of that. However, if we're going to take that under consideration and saying it's impossible to define age appropriateness, we have other policies that talk about age appropriateness, correct? So if we can't define it, why is it in our other policies? So
one of the things that most policy does do when it's operational, and I'm even looking right now at CSBA's supplemental policy because I had it in my brain, but I wanted to read it. It gives the authority to staff to seek counsel from their principal if they are utilizing a resource that they think needs to be other eyes on it. So our expectation around age appropriate is it's not literally defined, but that we're sensitive enough to understand, this is a diverse community in terms of perspectives. There's diverse views. This, I think, has an educational purpose because the policy also, if we were to think about CSBA, speaks about it has to have, connection to the standards, et cetera, et cetera. But when you're in that sensitive space, they all go towards check with another professional. And it even goes so far as to say that it sits with the superintendent. If you were to take CSBA's model, there are some districts that have stepped away from this model and it doesn't sit with the superintendent, it sits with the board. But that's where professional judgment, your expectations around be sensitive to this, understand that there needs to be process in place when there are issues, but it sits with staff. It wouldn't sit with the board if you were following CSBA's direction, because it reads right here, the employee shall confer with the superintendent or designee, and then it speaks to what it means to use a material that's not on an already board approved list. We would suggest, if you had a chance to read this, and this was why I wanted to bring it up on my screen, when staff studied this 6 weeks ago when this started, we would say that every single thing in the supplemental policy that CSBA is putting forward, not other districts, but CSBA is already in our existing one, even though we might call it simply textbooks, but we use it for everything. And if we cleaned up the 11, it would actually almost be 100%. And then I think that it's important for you to direct us to work with our union as appropriate and to clarify without rigidity what communication could look like, what effective communication could look like. But that's where I think that a policy statement around that is we should go back to some of our other policies related to our engagement of parents, because it should stand at a level where it doesn't get right into, you will do this on your syllabus, you won't do this in your classroom. It would say staff will always consider X, Y, and Z. And then we have to show you if something emerges that yes, it was a difficult circumstance. There wasn't agreement on what took place, but your expectations around how we engage parents has been followed in this way. And then obviously you can decide if we're doing that to your liking. But I think that's where I think it's important for, again, at this point, I think you just have to tell us what you want us to do.
So it sounds like from the workshop and from what you just clarified that our current textbook approval policy minus the 11, shifting it to purpose, includes how the process that we go through with supplemental materials. Am I correct in that?
Because by shifting it from 11 to
right,
the purpose, you're actually covering that it could be a supplemental material that the teacher is actually asking all kids to deal with, or it be a read aloud or what have you. The purpose actually gets at what both policies in many boards would be attempting. So yes, my answer would be by working on that purpose clause, and we can even, because it's already our practice, look to see where, as long as you understand that what you would get is more high level, we can look at where a sentence around age appropriate could be. That's not, again, hard to do by June. But I think I don't mean to reiterate, but that's why we need some parameters if it's a June project or if it's a next year project.
Right. So what I would propose and again, this is, for consensus, but is that we take our existing textbook policy, we ask staff to build in the purpose, pull out anything about quantity, and make and look at it so that it actually includes supplemental and textbook, and have that be our policy, and then have a directive to ensure that there's a communication plan around how our school sites, how our teachers have so that they have the support that they need, so that there's an understanding from the parent perspective, from the staff perspective. This is how you get this information. This is how I give this information. Not specifics around you have to do this, but these are the links. These are the pathways. These are the places where, as a parent, I can look and see how if I have an issue, where I go. Those types of things, right? So that there's that understanding.
And
That's
then there's
what I
the
would
onus that Jesse's kind of alluded to, that then it's on the parent. If you have concerns about this, you have these resources to pursue them, but
Laura, if that's a motion, I second it.
Yeah, I can't make the motion, but
Oh,
I don't think.
I'll make the motion.
and I'll second that.
So the motion was to take out the 11, make it about purpose, and then have a piece about communication, because I think that's really important too, about communication between the teachers and parents, so that everybody's clear about the path that they take in order to, if there's an issue or if they have a question or whatever about any kind of text.
And including
And if there's any-
supplemental.
So that's what I thought. So
wrap the supplemental into the policy. If there's
Right.
So there's only
sentences-
one thing we can't do by June. That's why I thought I heard that.
Yeah.
We have to hold. We can do, take out the 11, focus on purpose. We can allude to age appropriate and what that means, and we can incorporate supplemental because we're talking purpose. The whole concept of how we communicate, you're going to have to kick that forward because that involves negotiating impacts, that involves engaging widely. We couldn't do that. We couldn't turn that around.
Do they need-
But the first part we can do.
And does that need to be a
Two
policy, or is
No.
that more of a process?
No,
Okay,
that would
so-
be, my suggestion would be that if you just direct us to work with our partners to come up with an operational plan around what best practices look like, that still would be a next year. Because again, even for when teachers do their work to prepare for the start of the school year, because we're already in the throes of the end of the school year, we don't have time to appropriately deal with that. So if you're comfortable with, bring back in June those key points that I've described, and then ask us to bring back in the new school year after some significant engagement, but not the long 6-month engagement, just talking with our partners, specifically our educators around best practice, keeping all of these ideas in mind with an eye to bring that back relatively early-ish in the new year. That I think we can make happen. Okay. So that's the motion, I guess.
And I think built
I think
in
that was
that,
longer than Laura's.
when we're talking about purpose, it's inherent in there, supplemental versus adopted, right?
Yeah,
Because of the purpose.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
We do. The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
And I just want to say thank you to the board. I think we did a good job at finding consensus, and I appreciate it. Was an hour of hard work that was well worth it. So thank you. All right, so next we move to 11.5, public disclosure of the major provisions of the 23-24 California School Employees Association, that's CSEA, Chapter 65, Unit 2 and Unit 3 agreements in accordance with the requirements for AB 1200, AB 2756, and Government Code 3547. So that is Assistant Superintendent Stella Kemp.
Yes, good evening, trustees. So as per protocol, we have submitted our AB 1200 disclosure to the county office and outlined the salary obligations in the settlement agreement with CSEA Units 2 and Units 3. I will let my colleague across the room here discuss what those are. The county has confirmed that we will be able to meet our obligations with these agreements.
So we're moving on to 11.6.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Was not
That's
paying
okay.
attention. So we don't have any questions or comments from the board on 11.5. No. Okay. So 11.6, consideration of approval of tentative agreements between the San Ramon Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 65, Unit 2 for the 23-24 school year. And that's Melanie Jones.
Thank you, Trustee Bratt. So just briefly, highlights of the tentative agreement with CSEA Unit 2 include changes and provisions to the evaluations article. Our Human Resources Director of Classified, Evan Powell, will be working with our classified bargaining units to kind of reevaluate and modernize our evaluation tools that we use with classified employees. It's been quite some time since we've revisited those, and we just want to make sure that they're effective and as meaningful as possible. With respect to Article 14 on salaries, basically, we reached a tentative agreement to apply a ongoing 6% salary increase, an additional 1% off schedule, and each year, we also evaluate the contributions for each aspect, each one of our bargaining units for the Retiree Benefits Trust in terms of the contributions, as you're aware. And so each year, there's a process where we reevaluate whether or not the specific bargaining units owe an additional contribution to the trust, or if there is a contribution that is returned back to them. In this case, CSCA Unit 2 is receiving an additional contribution back to the employees of 0.81%. So their total ongoing salary increase for CSCA Unit 2 is 6.81% with a 1% off schedule. And that's all based upon, again, the bargaining unit's contribution to the Retiree Benefits Trust. So that is 11.6.
Okay.
I would move approval.
Second. The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Clark. Board Member Ordway, my apologies. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan?
Aye.
Board Member Hurd?
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee?
Aye.
Board Member Ordway?
Aye.
Board Member Clark?
Aye.
Board Member Bratt?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right, so now we're moving on to 11.7, consideration of approval of tentative agreements between the San Ramon Valley Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, CSEA. Am I?
Unit 3, CSCA Unit.
Yeah, okay, Unit 3,
Yes.
okay. I am having such a hard time this evening. I don't know, my brain is, Unit 3 for the 23-24 school year.
Thank you, Trustee Bratt. And this actually tentative agreement that we're asking for your approval this evening is very closely mirrored to CSCA Unit 2. The only difference is the ongoing salary increase is consistent with the 6% ongoing that we applied to our Servia bargaining unit, as well as 1% one time, because Unit 3 does not have the Retiree Benefits Trust provision in the collective bargaining agreement. So they are just receiving the 6%. Okay, and that's our recommendation.
All right.
Or 11.7.
It doesn't look like we need a motion for that, do we?
Oh, we do.
We do.
I move approval on that one too.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan?
Aye.
Board Member Hurd?
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee?
Aye.
Board Member Ordway?
Aye.
Board Member Clark?
Aye.
Board Member Bratt?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now 11.8. Yay, congratulations. Public disclosure of the major provisions for the 23-24 Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Local 1021, agreement in accordance with the requirements for AB 1200, AB 2756, and Government Code 3547, and that's Stella Kemp.
So again, the settlement agreements were calculated and forwarded to the county for consideration. And we received a letter back from the county that agreed with our math. And so I'll hand it over to to Melanie now.
Great. And yes, so now we're at 11.9, which is the same thing.
Correct. All right. So now we're going to ask for your consideration of approval for tentative agreements between SRVUSD and SEIU, our School Employees International Union. So very similar with SEIU in terms of the salaries article, Article 12. And we're requesting that you approve our recommendation to apply a 6% ongoing salary increase, as well as a one-time 1% off schedule. Additional highlights to this include the same provisions with respect to the evaluation article, updating those tools and processes for our classified employees in the SEI unit. And then finally, we made some changes to Article 10 on vacations, which just clarifies the process for employees to request vacation, as well as alignment with probationary classified employees and the legislation that was revised a couple of years ago. So with that, our recommendation for 11.9.
I'd like to move approval for agreement with SEIU.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Ordway and seconded by Board Member Clark. Roll call vote. Board Member Iapan?
Aye.
Board Member Hurd?
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee?
Aye.
Board Member Ordway?
Aye.
Board Member Clark?
Aye.
Board Member Bratt?
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Can I ask one quick question? I don't know where it was supposed to fall. The letters from Contra Costa County of Education, and I think this is for you, Stella, when they have this paragraph near the bottom that just says, we know, like, in order to afford this, you've made your resolution to cut at least 10 million in reductions for fiscal year 24-25. When we made those, do those budget implications assume measure E or F passing? And it doesn't really have an implication, right? Because that's 25. How
Right,
does that
this is
work
on
in?
this, yes, the salary, well, yes, we had to look out multiple years. If you look at the disclosure document, you'll see it has multiple years in it. And so measure E is not, measure F is not in here. Measure E shows up in our assumptions because that was part of the first interim, second interim expectations that would pass. We still have time to go back out for those two measures. So regarding the disclosure, the $10 million, we brought that to the board earlier this year. And yeah, this year's COLA on this year's salary.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Sorry, Deb.
No, it's okay. All right, so now we'll move on to 11.10, public disclosure of the major provisions of the 23-24 salary agreements for contracted management, Tier 4, management and confidential employees in accordance with the requirements for AB 1200, AB 2756, and Government Code 3547.
Right. And again, I'm back for a third time this evening to share with you that we did submit the public disclosure AB 1200 documents to the county, and they have concurred with our math that we're able to afford these salaries negotiated agreements.
All right, and we're moving on to consideration of approval, Melanie.
All right, so item 11.11.
Yes.
Consideration of approval for the salary adjustments and one-time payment for Tier 4 management, Tier 4 confidential, and contracted employees. So as you are aware, it's been the district's longstanding practice to extend ongoing salary increases as well as one-time payments negotiated with its bargaining units to non-represented management and classified confidential employees. So as you're aware, so for the 23-24 school year, we have provided a 6% ongoing salary increase effective July 1 of 2023 and a one-time payment of 1% to CSEA, SEIU, and Servia. So accordingly, we're requesting that the board apply an ongoing 6% salary increase to the schedules of the Tier 4 management and the contracted management employees, which are the assistant superintendents, and for the confidential Tier 4 employees, we're asking an additional 0.81%. This is because, as I shared a few minutes ago, to the CSEA Unit 2, we applied an additional 0.81% to the salary schedule as a redirection of the funds from the Retiree Employee Benefits Trust. This same increase should be applied to the confidential employees Tier 4 management salary schedule to make sure that we maintain alignment with the three positions that report to the assistant superintendents. Okay. Additionally, we're requesting that the board apply the 1% one-time of the annual base to the Tier 4 management, Tier 4 confidential, and contracted management employees.
Can I ask, so that additional 0.081, that's only for the confidential employees, or that's also for management and assistant superintendents?
That is only applies to the confidential employees.
Okay. And I also just want to mention to the board and to the public that we are currently looking at renegotiating the contracts for our assistant superintendents, but this is specific to our current contract, which we are obligated to adhere to. So,
yes.
All right. Any other questions from the board? No. All right. Can I get a motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve 11.11, consideration of approval of salary adjustments and one-time payments for contracted management, Tier 4 management, and Tier 4 confidential employees.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Van Zi and seconded by Board Member Hurd. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zi.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right, great. Thank you, Melanie. All right, so now we'll move on to 11.12, Prop 28 update, the Arts and Music in Schools, AMS Funding Guarantee and Accountability Act. So that's Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Christine Huardo.
Sure. Thank you, President Bratt. I'm going to go ahead and invite up Debbie Pettish and I believe Ed Miller to present.
Good evening once again. So this is the first annual report to the board and how we are spending Prop 28 funding. So Prop 28 is of course the Arts and Music in Schools Funding Guarantee and Accountability Act with the purpose of supporting our visual and performing arts across grades K through 12. So you will note that, we received the funding very late in the school year, and thus we could not spend any of it this year on FTE, on personnel. But as you know, since we brought course approvals here in January, we do have several new courses that we're offering across our secondary schools that we're really excited about, and we'll be adding a lot of additional FTE in the area of visual and performing arts. So essentially, we are asking you to approve this first annual board report.
Any questions or comments? Nope. Can I get a motion?
There you go.
Yeah, defer.
Well, I've been to one meeting so far with our teacher on special assignment. She's amazing. And we had a good turnout and it was pretty well represented between students and some staff and parents and all of that. So we started looking at other school districts and what they're doing with their like lots of them to kind of compare what they're doing and where we want to be, and to try to get from the students what they want, what they want to see. So that's pretty much as far as we got in the first meeting. There was a lot of reading and a lot of looking at and answering questions. So I'm anxious to see when we meet again, what comes out of that and to move forward. But that's it so far as the committee.
Shelley, I just meant I was going to defer to you guys to make the motion to approve the plan because you're kind of in that house.
Thanks for the extra.
Well, it's always good to have an update on what's going on,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I will make a motion to approve the arts and music in schools funding guarantee and accountability.
Second.
The motion was made by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right, and now we move to 11.14. And I just need to look up how it was titled. It had been, what was the consent item number?
Review of textbooks.
13. Okay. 13 point what?
4.
4. Thank you. Sorry. Okay, so preview of textbooks. So I did move this from the consent item agenda to the action agenda because we had the previous textbook approval, just so that we had an understanding of where we sat. And then just as a reminder, the policy that exists is the policy that we need to look to as we're approving this list of textbooks. So I don't know if anyone has any questions or if anyone wants to move for approval or where we are with this. So.
Well, I think it's just a preview, so I don't think we move for approval yet, right? So now something had been brought up in the past few meetings, and I don't even know if this is. No, it's a preview. Two-step process preview. Yeah. So we had at one point talked about, some help more for the board on a little bit more breakdown on each individual book, which is fine. I don't know if that requires like an action from us to request that, or how does that work? Just like, because this particular list is quite hefty, and I think anything that can kind of cue us up a little bit better on what it is that we're going through. I'm happy to go through each one individually if we want to keep that. But I know, Rachel, you had mentioned that at some point too. Do you still feel that way? And is this even the appropriate context to discuss it?
No, I remember that if it's possible for staff to not only write on the list, the book and the publisher and all that, but also like what's the educational value?
Well, it goes to that purpose that it's that we're moving to in our change in the policy, right? Is to have that purpose listed from.
Well, I mean, even specifically listed when the books are presented to us as the board to approve, so that we understand a little bit preemptively on, we kind of understand the directionality of how it's going to be used. But even though we understand that when we approve it, we're approving it, right? Typically for the entire 9th through 12th, right? Debbie? Yeah.
I think we had discussed if it was possible to share or have links to what Common Sense Media said about it or what the other reviewers had, but.
So Debbie, why don't you just talk about briefly when educators put something forward to you, what kind of description do they provide, and what could you make happen in relationship to this request? Again, so you can decide how much time you want Debbie's team to do this.
So that is absolutely something that we can do. We have that information. I was under the impression that we were sticking with the same processes that we've used in the past and waiting till this meeting to make some decisions about how we are going to go forward. But that is something that absolutely I can put together. So when staff do the paperwork in order to get a specific book approved, they essentially have that information, the vast majority of it, and the information that they don't have, then either myself or a member of my team collects that information. And so we have put that together behind the scenes. And so we can share that with you. It is a little bit of a heavier lift this time because we haven't brought books in several months. And you're exactly right, Trustee Benzie. There's quite a few books on that list.
And I guess where I sit is it's not that I'm looking at scrutinizing them. It's just if we have a job to approve things, rather than it just being some just rubber stamp where we just say, oh, we approve it. It's like, what's our purpose in approving them if we're not reviewing something? And I don't think it's realistic to expect us to read every one of those books in a month, right? So really, what's our role? I'm not looking at overriding anybody, but I just also don't want to be a silly rubber stamp.
So what we can easily, we don't need a vote or anything like this. We could look at the form that is already being used. Ensure, I'm just offering a thought in public. Wording one part of it so it answers a purpose question. And then your team just has to lift that once you've approved it to come here so that you're not actually having to do all kinds of other
Right.
writing and researching. It's almost like once you've approved whatever the answer to that question is, then you just cut and paste it over to a board report is what I'm thinking could be really doable. If that meets your needs. And then we do need to revisit, because you've heard a lot of different comments about how often we do this. We have had a tradition of doing it every month, which might mean that the lists are smaller, but also have, means you're talking a lot about books. Or like some districts, you do it fewer. Again, that is an operational matter, to be honest, but we are open to your thoughts. We don't need to do that tonight because, but I think we need to have a better sense of, do you have strong opinions on should we keep the process the way it's been, which is we do it all the time? Or are you comfortable with us trying maybe for 1 year that we do it maybe 3 times instead of 9 times? But I don't know where you stand on that because we've had lots of public comment that's kind of spoken to this.
I like your idea of kind of splitting the baby. Because like you said, then we don't have to discuss it every single time, but you also want it to be a responsive process and not have it be this onerous thing even on your team.
Well, and I guess the only question I would ask feedback from the teachers is if we moved it down to only once every, like 3 times every year, once every year, is that going to be limiting to their ability to maybe add an additional book that they want to use in the second semester or something like that, that the process wouldn't allow for?
I think, Sandra earlier highlighted this idea that it's really beneficial for staff, whether it's the teacher librarians or the teachers, to get to know their students before picking books. So that's why if we do it twice a year, if we bring it like October, November for preview and approval, and then again, probably in April, May for preview and approval, then those 2 time slots give enough flexibility within the system for them to plan ahead, but also get to know the students and have some flexibility with regard to the books that they're bringing forward.
Okay.
And if it's a supplementary resource that they don't need, that everybody's not going to have, then they're not even going to need our approval, which was, I thought, where we were kind of going with the workshop discussion, that there's fewer books to even approve.
That's a great point, Trustee Hurd. Thank you.
So may I ask that we try that for 1 year? We see what impact it has. And if it doesn't have the impact we'd like it to have, then you could have that discussion and make a different direction. But if we added more of a purpose description and stuck for a year with coming, as Debbie said, October, November, and April, May, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think so. I feel like this is going to throw a wrench in it. And so it's just an idea, but to also allow for an opportunity if something happens and staff feels like they need to, in that moment, not that day, but in that month, talk about, have some material for the whole class around something that's happening, like a war or whatever, and that there's some flexibility for approval if it needs to be a nimble approval, that it's not like this is only what we can do.
Some exception.
So
There's
how
an
about
exception,
how about if you consider that you can leave with the cabinet team, that if there is a sensitive matter happening in our community, world, whatever, and a request comes forward, that we have the, it's okay by you that we actually just bring it.
Yeah.
And we may not even choose the 2-step process at that time if it meets that litmus test of it's pretty sensitive, it's pretty significant, and it's pretty current, that we would do it differently as an exception.
Yeah.
I think that that could be something that our staff could be made aware of and our cabinet team could facilitate. But I'm going to look to Debbie because,
Absolutely.
okay.
That would work, I think, for me, because some of the teachers that I've talked to weren't happy about twice a year. And I see their point. I know, that they can plan ahead and all that, but then if there's no flexibility in there whatsoever, then I hesitate to want to mandate that, even for a year. So if we have a way, if they have something that they really feel like they need to present to their class and it's an exception and we can entertain that, then that would be okay.
Okay, great. So that's direction to staff. And then I think we need to see if anyone wants to move approval for the preview of the textbooks that are currently on the agenda.
I will move approval that we continue that item just per our normal process for now, because that's the process right now.
Second. The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Ordway. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Great, thank you. So now we're moving on to informational items. 12.1, first reading of revisions to Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6158 Independent Study. And so that's Christine Hawardo again.
Thank you. This evening, I'm bringing forward the first read of the revisions to Board Policy and Administrative Regulations 6158 on independent study. In this revision this evening, we are proposing to limit the offerings to just students in grades 6 through 12 through our Venture Independent Study beginning next year, 24-25. Primarily, we are considering this due to the low enrollment we currently have in our elementary program. So throughout the BP and AR, you will just see revisions that are reflecting the removal of the elementary students being able to attend Venture Independent Study next year.
Can I ask how many elementary students?
Yes, you may. I thought that would come up. Since January, and our principal, Lindsay Castellano, is here. So thank you, Lindsay, and correct me if I'm wrong. Up until January, we had no students. And in January, we had one student in grade 5 that will be promoting to 6th grade. So extremely small enrollment for this year.
Thank you.
So this doesn't really impact anyone.
For right now.
For right now, yeah.
Right.
Can I ask, pre-COVID, what was the independent study? What did that look like for the K through 5?
So pre-COVID, which was right when I was coming on board, we would both work with student services in the school site to navigate each and every student in elementary school that was navigating or wanting to explore venture independent study. And so we just kind of dealt with it on a case-by-case situation.
Okay, that's good. All right, so that's informational. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? No? Okay. And then we move on to 12.2 technology department update, and that's Director of Technology, Kelly Hilton.
So we don't have to interrupt Kelly's report. Can we extend the meeting now?
Sure, yeah, if you want to make a motion.
Do you think we can get it done by 10:30 or should we go longer?
After Kelly, it's just administrative.
Okay, so I move that we extend the meeting to 10:30.
Seconded.
The motion was made by Board Member Hurd and seconded by Board Member Van Zee. Roll call vote. Student Board Member Iapan.
Aye.
Board Member Hurd.
Aye.
Board Member Van Zee.
Aye.
Board Member Ordway.
Aye.
Board Member Clark.
Aye.
Board Member Bratt.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right, great, Kelly.
Right. Good evening, trustees and cabinet and community and staff watching this later on. This evening, I'd like to just share some updates on recent initiatives that the technology department has been updating so that we can be really good stewards of our resources and also implement some shared leadership in our sustainable practices for technology purchases and use. And so the first thing that I want to just highlight before we get into all of the things that I'm sharing tonight is that as part of our strategic directions, in the last couple of years or last year, we worked really hard to look closely at our stewardship of resources in all aspects of technology purchases. And one of the things that was a concern is that we have a very high number of device repair and replacement fees. So this plan that I'm sharing tonight is
in response to that reality that we are looking at, and also just being a culture of responsiveness to where we're at as a community. A few years ago, we didn't have all of these in place as we were responding to COVID and just making sure that students could get to school through their technology use. And now we're in a space to do some more systemic support in stewardship of resources, leadership, and culture of responsiveness. So the first thing that we want to address is that we started tracking the Chromebook repairs that were requested each month. And the average is about 150 requests per month. And when you add that up over the course of a year, and we had a significant increase at the end of last year, we've had pricing that's gone close to $500,000 for repairs. So this plan that I'm sharing is to implement some strategies for involving student education, not just implementing fees, but education, partnering with school sites, partnering with students on why we have these things in place, and then how we can improve this moving forward, especially just knowing that we're looking at some different times moving forward with our resources. So we wanted to have this in place, and like anything, it'll take some time to educate everyone on it, but this is where we're starting. So this is our plan. This summer, we will be launching the annual update like we do every summer before the school year starts. And in the annual update, all of the documentation that I'm sharing tonight, I'd like to include in the annual update so that parents and students would have a chance to see it and review these new documents that I'm sharing with you tonight. The first one is a student handbook for student device use that really outlines all of the plan, and it's for TK 12, the handbook use and care for your Chromebook, but also responsible use. And this would be a guideline for all district leaders, educators and families to have conversations with their students. It could also be used in an instructional way, but it will be a part of the annual update. The second is that we'd like to include some new responsible use agreements. We've had technology agreements before, but we're changing the language to responsible use, and we've updated them with, in particular, the high school one to include some more conversations around academic integrity with emerging technologies, and also provided, like middle school, a little more guidance on that as well. And that is included on all four of the agreements. These documents were developed with a collaborative effort where we had the instructional technology leadership team take a look at them. Vice principals have had a look at them, principals, and they've been at the deep learning steering committee as well with some of the groups there. So we've got some input on those, and those are the updated ones that we have there. The next thing that we'd like to share with you is the Chromebook fee policy, or in the sense that right now we have a textbook fee policy that's implemented at the end of the school year, typically, where students and parents are notified of damaged or lost textbooks. So this is structured in pretty much the exact same way under the instructional materials ed code, and it would be implemented at the site level. So the process with this is that parents would be notified and students that during the annual update, when there is a repair needed on a Chromebook, they would still continue to submit an IT ticket request saying, I need a new Chromebook. IT would still go ahead and get them their new Chromebook or get them the repair that they need. And then depending on the evaluation of that repair, that would be documented for the family and the site to see that that occurred, that fee occurred this school year. And then in partnering with the sites, when they collect for textbooks and other materials, that collection would happen at the site level. And part of that plan is strategic so that our site level administration can be involved in partnering with families if that's something that that we need to adjust for, knowing that there are different circumstances. Or another question that has come up that I wanted to share was if there was an interaction between two students or something that led to a repair needed, the site level would have that information, so they would be able to indicate, you know, we would just evaluate and they would collect based on their knowledge of the situation. So those things have been considered. Another thing that we'd like to offer for this annual update to families is insurance. And this insurance would cost around $60 a year. It would be completely optional for families to purchase it, but it would be a part of that registration check-in enrollment for the year. And what they would have with that insurance is 2 repairs for that are included. So 2 times over the course of a year, a family or a student could get their Chromebook repaired. And our goal for this would be to, you know, get as much a participation in this insurance program that aligns with the number of repairs that we've been having as a school district over the course of the year. So we would want to kind of campaign for that during the annual update and see if we could at least even out there. That is our hope for that insurance. But again, totally optional. Another thing I want to highlight is if families don't opt in for insurance during the annual update, and then there is a repair needed later on in the school year, say January or February, and they are notified of the cost for the repair, they could still opt in for the insurance later on in the school year, which is a lower fee than getting the repairs done itself. So without insurance, these are again subject to change depending on, you know, costs with technology that does fluctuate. But a typical repair for keyboard, hinges, and touchpads listed up there for $200, touchscreen $275, motherboard, daughterboard $400, and a complete replacement would be $450. Insurance does not cover the cost of a replacement if devices are lost or stolen. So that's just something that is part of this as well. And then another thing I'd like to highlight is with the new handbook and the new responsible use agreements and the fees pricing structure, because a lot of the damages that we've noticed are occurring in middle school, we're targeting working at the 6th grade level to onboard 6th graders with this communication of education around your technology use. So as we've talked about in other scenarios, the 5th grade devices are staying in the elementary schools. So 6th graders will be getting a new device with the beginning of the school year, but we've been partnering with middle school principals on creating this asynchronous course and lessons that would take about an hour or so for 6th graders to go through. That would they'd be onboarding into their new life using a device that goes home and comes back to school daily, and taking care of, you know, best practices for taking care of it, charging it nightly. We'd like to notify them about the cost of the device so they're aware if before they are given it to take home. We'd like to include that responsible use piece, and then each of those school sites have talked to us about different ways of rolling that out at the beginning of the school year. But we'd be putting these courses into Google Classroom where each site principal can see all the 6th graders at their school site and see who's completed it, who hasn't. This is also hoping to create a sustainable plan for any students who are newer to the district and are enrolled later on in the school year. They could go back and refer to the lessons that were learned in that onboarding program. So this is where we're beginning to do some of the education, and we'll see where that takes us. I know a couple other grade levels and principals have shown interest in this model as well. And so we'll just partner with those school sites if that's something else that they'd like to see as well. Because overall, we'd really like to make this a conversation all year long around responsible use, just around all behavior and as far as being respectful of our materials and using them responsibly moving forward. So that is our plan moving forward for resources and shared leadership. And are there any questions?
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
So if they get insurance, then does the district do the repairs and then and charges the parent, and then the parent puts in a claim to their insurance, or how does that work?
The district would be purchasing bulk insurance policy. So we would work with the insurance company. The student would just get their Chromebook replaced right away, especially if they had already bought insurance. If the repair occurred and they didn't have insurance, we would offer them insurance instead of the cost of repair, and then we would go through the same process.
So you would get reimbursement from the insurance company then directly?
Yes.
My other question is, as far as repairs, who decides whether a Chromebook is worth repairing or it's just not, whether it's because of age or because of the depth of the issue with it or whatever?
Yeah, we would work with the insurance companies. They have pretty clear parameters for their repair policies. And then we have our device team who has been, if they can repair something on their own, they will, but really working with the insurance, they have their parameters for that.
So if they didn't have insurance, then the district team would look at it and say, okay, you need a new one, or, we can fix it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, go for it.
I was just wondering, is there a certain number of people who have to opt in for you to be able to purchase the bulk insurance in the first place?
So we put the bulk insurance in our budget for next year, with the caveat that we might not need to purchase it with the district funds. So, and our target goal is to purchase 1,500 insurance policies.
And is that going to just be like a pass-through cost?
I'm sorry.
Will that operate almost as a pass-through cost where it's basically going to be budget neutral is the hope?
That is our hope.
And then the other question is, have you explored an economic hardship waiver that would come with that in case there's a situation where it happens, but it's going to create an economic hardship for the family?
Yes, we have. So part of that policy for fees, which is aligned the same with the textbook policy, fee structure, offers for the site level to determine if it's a economic hardship or if there's volunteer hours to work off the fee structure, and that's written both ways for both.
That's great.
For both fee structures.
Awesome. That's great. And then the last question I had, which is probably a silly harebrained idea, but the question of the surplus property that we kind of list in our consent agenda, we have all these Chromebooks. How does the technology department, how do you guys look at that and go, oh, here's a touch screen, but the hinges are broken and the keyboard's smashed? But is there any of that taken into consideration, or does insurance or some sort of policy require us to not salvage a motherboard or a daughter board out of a broken Chromebook and use it as fixing another one?
There's lots of dynamics to that question. The first one being, in any new purchase of Chromebooks that we've been making in the last years, if possible, we've been trying to get some built in for that come with already a warranty built in. The second part to that is when the Chromebook is not able to be repaired, or we are able to fix it, sometimes it goes into another place in the district other than in students' use, attendance Chromebooks or different ones that we have at the sites. And then when they get to a point where we just can't use them anymore, we try to either sell them back or get other things for them. So part of that list that was on the list tonight included a group of Chromebooks that we tried to return that they wouldn't take back, but we were able to get some credit for chargers and they're still taking the Chromebooks back. So we just sort of, it depends on the deal that we're able to work on all of those.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I just know we're in those penny pinching, year, so I just thought I'd scratch at that, and
Yeah.
I appreciate the answer.
Absolutely.
Kelly, I had a question about the practice of that you can break it and then buy the insurance. Is that like part of the insurance company's deal? I mean, I'm just kind of imagining if you need to make this cost neutral, you want to as many people as possible to buy the insurance.
Yes,
upfront,
so
right?
that is that's what we're negotiating with the insurance company. And then our hope is if we can meet our target of 1,500 policies, then let's say we actually sell 2,000 or 2,500, we would buy that many insurance policies, whatever the number is that the families want to support. And then that allows us to work more with the insurance companies throughout the year if more people want to purchase it at a later date. And then again, IT can track that in our ticketing system. Another thing that we've been doing is putting all of the inventory of staff devices and student devices inside the ticketing system so that staff and students, when they log in, can see what's checked out to them and how old it is and how many years they've had it. And then that would also be indicated like for us where we can showcase if they have insurance or not.
Okay. And so if someone hasn't bought the insurance, they have a problem with it, they bring it in, you tell them how much it's going to cost, you offer them the ability to buy the insurance, and then that's one, and they buy it, there's one ding on their insurance and they still have one more. It's the same two.
Yes.
And you'd mentioned it would be handled just like a lost or damaged textbooks at the end of the year. If this happens mid-year though, and they didn't have insurance, they'd pay the bill right then, right? It wouldn't get waited till.
Yes, the insurance bill would be collected then, and then the repair and replacement fees we'd work as sites by the end of the school year.
Because it just seems like the timely collection of those kind of things is a much better taste in the mouth than, oh, you can't pick up your yearbook because of something that happened, 6 months ago. And it just,
Yes.
the the timely consequences kind of thing seems to make sense. I wanted to compliment you on those agreements that they're, I love how they're kid friendly at the appropriate ages and the way you kind of ramped up the increasing responsibilities. I think they're really well done. And I love how you can just click on them right there in the PowerPoint. It's super easy to use.
And as far as the fees go as well, I don't know if I mentioned this, but families would be able to go into their Infinite Campus portal too, to see what had occurred. So that would be our transparent communication throughout the year as well. They'd be notified first that we got your student a new Chromebook. This is, this is the fees associated to that. And then it would be in their portal to see as well.
When a student is issued one that is in the expectation that they take it to and from school, is there any kind of a case or a cover for it?
We don't have cases, and part of the problem with that is we don't have the same style of Chromebook for all students across the district because they're bought at different times based on prices. Really, we're looking for, and so there's different models that are out there. It has been recommended that we put cases in the annual update. What I'm thinking we will do is put recommended cases for families to purchase, but we really don't have one standard Chromebook that every student has that would allow us to go bulk purchase all of the cases.
Because it had come up at I think it was the council meeting. It was sometime last week where they talked about that it could be a spiritware item. So at least maybe if they were bought in lots for a given school, like these incoming sixth graders could purchase something. I know it just seemed like that might increase the likelihood that they don't get damaged.
Right. Yeah. And because of our new 7-year refresh cycle, the Chromebooks that the 6th graders are getting are the ones we're collecting from the 12th graders. So they have them for 6th and 7th grade. And then they get their new Chromebooks that they keep until 12th grade.
So the 9th graders will get.
Yeah, in 8th grade, really. They'll have them 8 through 12
Oh, 8. Okay.
for those 5 years.
How are you, besides it being just an Infinite Campus for the annual update, will we be communicating to families that there will be these fees? You know, honestly, as a parent, sometimes I just click through and I don't read the fine print on things, and I could see if, I'm just being honest, and I could see if, you know, if you're a parent and you're not paying super attention, and then all of a sudden you know, you realize that you owe all of this money and it's not just a $60 textbook fee. It's, you know.
Yeah, one of the things that we're working on for the annual update, like we just did with the enrollment form, is revising the style and updating it a little bit. And we had a really great suggestion from a teacher actually who recommended things like the student handbook, inserting a question when you go to agree to the handbook. Before you can agree, you have to respond to the question that you've actually opened it up and looked at it. So we're looking at structuring that within our form a little more to make it a little interactive rather than just clicking through it. But yes, we are working on a campaign to help everyone understand about the annual update, but I could definitely work more on the team to help make sure everyone knows about the changes in fee structure
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah, and I think too, even just in that annual report, if you also have that high level subject description of what you're clicking on to read through, that you're, you know, just really skimming, right? I'm being honest.
And I think
but
the
it
fact
says
that $500,000 was spent in
Yeah.
damaged computers is really an important fact to people to go, oh, now I understand, not just, oh, that district's nickel and diming us. I mean, that's the amount of that third grade adoption that we approved tonight. So, you know, that it drives it home.
Right. Absolutely.
Can I ask too, I know we kind of had these discussions before, but about the idea of students bringing in their own devices instead of using a Chromebook from the district, is that, where are we at with that?
I think where we're at with that is it has to be a much bigger conversation.
Okay.
One of the things with that is offering the security settings that we offer now when it comes to all of the student use. One, we wouldn't be able to say that we offer that for all students if they were bringing in their own devices. Another thing to consider with that is teachers and in their daily instructional practices are using one of our software tools called Securely Classroom quite frequently. And that allows them to, in a one-to-one device space, filter their use, block the websites, look at all the screens in the classroom. And also, it also tracks data for us as a district on students' digital wellness and what they're looking up. It gives us data on who we can support if they need support. And so those sorts of things that we have in place that are a value to our security with device use would not be available.
Yeah,
the
so
same way.
so currently every student's getting a Chromebook and that's what they're expected to use in the classroom, which is fine and understandable. And I would maybe just suggest that again, you communicate that, the why, because so that a parent isn't, well, my kid has their own Chromebook, instead of me worrying about them damaging the school Chromebook, I'm just going to have them bring in their old Chromebook that I don't have to, you know, worry about. And so they need to know that, well, there's a reason why we're giving them a Chromebook from the district because it has these things. So that's,
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay. That was just informational. So thank you so much. All right. And then we have 12.8, which is 24-25 budget assumptions. So that's Stella Kemp.
You leave the best for last. So we are here to give some exciting news regarding the governor's budget proposal and the May revise, which the trailer bills just released today, all 108 pages of it. What I can say about education is that in this unfortunate budget cycle that we are faced in the state of California, TK through 14 education seems to have not absorbed the brunt of the situation that's happening in Sacramento. What we want to do is talk to you a little bit about budget assumptions that we have this evening as we're developing the 24-25 budget. I do want to give a few updates on the governor's May revise and the information we received about 4 o'clock this afternoon. What is being projected for the next 3 years is that we will remain in test 1 for Prop 98. The governor, the legislature, the budget proposal have increased the withdrawals from the Prop 98 reserve by about 3 billion more than what was proposed in January. They are looking at collecting unexpended arts, music, instructional material block grant funds that are not expended by 2026 will get our spent. There will be some new requirements for the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, including a needs assessment by school districts. And one bright light here is that it looks like they have put some money on the table for electric buses and infrastructure. So about $395 million more dollars. And as you know, we're required to electrify our fleet by 2035. So with that, we wanted to just, and Evan's going to chime in whenever I get it wrong, right? And partner in crime here. Okay, so you'll see that we posted the budget revenue assumptions. I think what's interesting is that the 2 stars by the statutory COLA have now been confirmed that we will actually have COLA apply to LCFF, home to school transportation, special education, and child nutrition. Correct? Okay, good. I got all 4 of them right. But here's something I want to point out here. If you look at this chart, you can see that comparing 23-24 to 24-25, you'll see that we have a reduction in our LCFF revenue. And this is largely because of our declining enrollment. If you look at the LCFF revenue per ADA, it's going up by $148. We do have, so that's why we're seeing that change. You'll also notice that even though we have significantly reduced LCFF revenue, our supplemental revenue is going up. That's because the number of free and reduced students, that unduplicated students, is going from 10.36 to 10.91. And so, you know, frankly, looking out for 25 and 26, you know, they have these statutory COLAs that they're projecting. We don't know how real those will be because if you remember, we were expecting like a 3.94 COLA when they adopted the budget in June of 24. So anyway, so that's June of 23. That was last year. So with that, we just want to stop here and see if you have any questions before we move on.
I think I'd just like to chime in to say that the COLAs used in 25, 26 and 26, 27 are still from second interim. The Department of Finance has not released their updated projections for COLAs for the out years. So those LCFF revenue numbers will change at adopted budget. But I think the rest of our assumptions, enrollment in ADA are baked in now. So
we're just pausing here for, you know, dramatic effect.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone has any other questions or.
Okay. All right. So moving on to the next slide, we just wanted to just show you what our staffing ratios are. So that's how we go about identifying the number of staffing, the number of teaching positions for our classrooms. We're working on staffing ratios for every position in the school district, for every kind of custodial allocations, counselor allocations, all of these things. We want to memorialize this all in like one place. And so we're working on building the workbook for that.
Stella, does that slide represent any change or is that kind of been
No
common practice? Okay.
Yeah. No changes. Okay, so This slide actually was updated slightly, but we didn't get it into the presentation. I do want to go over the assumptions because this is important to know that you'll see, for example, the employee health insurance rates. We're expecting a 10% increase in those rates from this year to next year. The STRS rates, they're set at 19.1. There's no change there. The PERS rate is up 0.37%. So that 27.6 represents a 0.37% increase. Property and liability insurance, that is a 16% increase over our premiums from this year. And a lot of that is due to AB 218. So, we haven't had any large claims, but overall for the JPA, the rates, the property and liability insurance rates, that's what we're budgeting. They could come in a little bit lower. We're going to meet with them in the next couple of weeks. So workman's compensation insurance down a little bit. So that's good. Utilities, so power, gas, and water. We're budgeting a 17% increase, though I did want to let the board know that we have done some gas commodity purchases to reduce our natural gas cost. Of course, PG&E, everybody knows what's happening to PG&E rates. So we do have solar, and we're looking at trying to get into the lottery to reduce the costs that we have for the power that we do have to purchase. Routine restricted maintenance, that stays at 3%. There's no change for our Fund 17 reserve. We have to have 3% there. Fund 1 for declining enrollment, we won't know that until we close the books. And the LCFF unduplicated student enrollment is increased by 0.55%. So those are the assumptions that we're using to build next year's budget. Any questions?
I always ask this question. I'm going to ask it again. So with the unduplicated student enrollment, how are we gathering that number? Is that now coming from the state and the county, or is that just a hodgepodge of what we can catch, we catch?
Okay, well, this is why we really need our parents to do their annual update each year. And it's going to be, it's part of the process. I'm going to let Evan explain it because he's been working with child nutrition to get that information.
Yeah, so it will be included in the annual update. That's why we want every family to fill that out. It's a series of questions that asks, about annual household income and household size, and then we will use that to evaluate if they are eligible for free and reduced lunch.
Okay, thanks.
So is there an opportunity for kind of a PR campaign related to that, since we've been talking about where we stand with LCFF funding and how supplemental works, and then maybe, this is why it's so important, right? And it's private, and we would want to say that, but I think it's really important for families to start making that connection.
Yeah, I think it will also be part of the annual update. There will be, I think, a graphic or a slide there that will talk about some of the benefits.
Great.
For filling this out. The meal benefit is no longer there, but testing fee benefits, other fees that might happen at a school site for dances or things like that.
Is that how we'll determine if someone's eligible for a free traffic pass?
Yeah, traffics as well, ELOP, all of those things will be there. There will be a graphic, I think, on
awesome
the update.
All right. So if you have any questions or direction.
Nope. And this is informational, so I don't think we have to take action. So thank you so much.
Would it be possible to get the adjusted slide in there though, so that, because I think I brought it up because the things that are like on a basis for the budget versus an increase, I think is really important to understand the deltas.
Yeah.
And how things work in the budget.
Would you like for me to send that in the Friday update, or?
I think it's fine if we just update it for what goes online, because it's as much for everyone else as for us.
All right, great. Thank you so much. All right, so now we're coming on administrative matters. So board member reports. So Anya, you already went, but we're gonna miss you. Rachel?
I don't really have anything. Things have been so busy. I didn't even write things down. I do have CSBA Board of Directors this Friday, and then Susanna and I have delegate assembly this weekend. And they're actually doing an interesting activity where Stella and John have prepared some answers to some questions for us that we go and do an activity together, because it's neat to see that CSBA is engaging delegates to be gathering information from districts to help with their own advocacy. And it's just really nice to see that they're seeing value in that. So. Oh, I know, I have one more thing. I had a great visit with Coyote Creek staff, because I didn't get to visit with them when I did my staff visit. So we, Hung and I went and did that. It was great to be part of their staff meeting and experience their really thoughtful, warm welcome, and kind of understand a little more about how that came from Castle, and, you know, why that warm welcome is being used everywhere. And it was neat to see it in action, and neat to see the teacher's response to it. That's all.
That's great. I'll go super quick too, just for sake of time. Always enjoy my office hours that I do, and would encourage anybody to sign up for those if they want to chat about something. Had an opportunity to connect with a few parents, as well as had a great conversation with Donna Brown, who works now with Rebecca Bauer-Kahan's office, and just talk about how we can provide resources to each other and work collaboratively to meet the needs of all our constituents. Did a great site visit at Country Club, had a good time there, and then actually was able to go to the FOAC meeting the following week and discuss all the improvements that need to be made. So kind of seeing it in two ways firsthand was very helpful, and they've got a great program going there. As well as the other workshop that I did was it was the last steering committee meeting that we had for deep learning and innovation, and seeing the presentations that came from that steering committee was excellent. A few other things there too, but I will pass it on so we can keep it going.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I agree. Country Club needs a little bit of love in the facilities. Had great visit to Alamo and Neil Armstrong. Always loved the panels, right? The student panel, great student feedback. I saw a lot of examples of definitely deep learning projects and initiatives that the teachers and the students are doing at both schools. And of course, listening to concerns of the teachers and staff there too. Then as a board liaison to the Education Foundation, met with them and also their endowment committee, which got to hear about some of the things that they're helping. So thank you for endowment committee. The programs that are helping us fund. In fact, tomorrow, I'm looking forward to Generation Citizen Civics Day, which is a program at our high school that they fund, and the Education Foundation. So that's all for me.
Well, I'll be with you tomorrow at Generation Citizen. It's one of my favorite things of the year. It's really great. The kids are amazing, and I love hearing about all the things they choose to focus on and to come up with solutions. So I'm looking forward to that. I attended the Discovery Center benefit, which they do every year. And Discovery Center is such a great organization and provides such support to our students. And I just really appreciate what they do for our community. I actually nominated them for a People Who Make a Difference award that is awarded by the County Board of Supervisors. And I'm hoping that they get that award, because they're very deserving. Jesse and I are liaisons to the town of Danville, so we had our town meeting, and they're doing major work downtown, and they've taken words out of our playbook. They're the lowest funded town in the California. We're like, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, what that means is they want to go out for a tax. And we're like, okay, no, don't do that now. We have to go first to get the tax. And apparently, that didn't work out so well, but they're a great support to us. They all endorse the parcel tax, but you know, sometimes it doesn't just take endorsements. I had a great visit with Annabelle to Walt Disney, and that was, I just love, I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but I just love that campus, the way it's set up. It's different than any of our other schools. They have like a pod in the middle of all these classrooms. And I just like the way that that feels. And it's really a happy place. It really is one of the happiest places on earth, that school. And I especially enjoyed the time I spent with the staff. They were really, really great, and they were very honest, and they had me on my toes, asking hard questions. I was trying to explain to them the difference between what a board member sees as far as a perspective and what a teacher sees as a perspective. I don't know if I did such a great job with that, but anyway, I was trying to impart that. I also visited Creekside, and that was also great. And Laura and I did a lot of work around our new superintendent's contract and negotiations. And I'm just really thrilled that you're here and can't wait to work with you. Thank you.
So I think we all attended the Ed Foundation Night of the Stars, right?
Yes.
So congratulations to everyone who was honored. I had 3 site visits. They all kind of stacked up. So I visited Doherty Valley, Stone Valley, and Vista Grande, and that was all great. I just love being able to speak with students and staff and stuff and see the classrooms and what's happening in them. The AASA Social Emotional Wellbeing Conference, I just want to mention that and thank all of the school sites and the administration and teachers and students that were part of us showcasing our district nationally. It was a hopefully it wasn't a heavy lift, but I know it was work, and I think we all appreciate everyone doing that. So a few of us went to I'm sorry. Gigantic lift. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I don't want to diminish it at all. Yeah. I think a few of us went to the Twin Creeks 50th anniversary celebration. That was fun. It was fun. Yeah, well, I wrote it down. I look at my calendar and see kind of what we had. Our last equity steering committee. So thank you to everyone that was a part of that this year. And then that's it. We went to Student Senate, but I think we already mentioned that. So, yep. So that's it.
Can I do one little add-on?
Uh-huh.
You'd mentioned the Deep Learning Steering Committee. At the end was fantastic because they had everybody kind of share out. And there were parents there that have been to most of the meetings. And you know, sometimes just based on people's comments, you're not sure if they're buying in or not. And 2 of them made just such fantastic comments, and you could just really see the value of involving parents in this work so that they really understand it. And this one mom just expressed it so beautifully. And another dad responded to the presentation about curriculum and like, well, how can we fundraise to help you so you have what you need? I mean, it was just really, really hats off to you, Deb, and your whole team on that committee, because it really kind of tied that committee up in a bow.